think it's the wildfires.
Check 1, 2. Oh, yeah. You all getting blurred the market out there, finally inside that summer trade. Told you that summer trade was coming, didn't I?
1 minute to go now to begin the market on open imbalance.
Told you, savages. Y'all didn't want to believe me, did you? Motherfucking Catalina wine mixer. Lead all this. We're going to take a fresh look.
Ten seconds.
Thank you, Stacy. Can you all hit the like button?
Market on
Subscribe, like.
buy side 153 million, Nasdaq 100 7.25 million, Dow 30 buy side 8.6 million, and Mag 7 sell side 7.1 million.
Hopefully I can help with the slow market today.
According to the World Bank, global inflation to reach 2.9% in 2025, above pre-COVID levels, given tariffs increases and tight labor markets. And they forecast a global trade growth to 1.8% for 2025, down from 3.4% in 2024, and less than half the pandemic average. World Bank economist
Voice news disconnected.
Turn that off for a minute here. So, I've been talking about, there's a couple things here, some highlights here. Number one, we just rode what? Depending upon where you got in, we just rode up 200 on SPX, 200, 250 points, 225 points. Markets trading 600, or SPY's trading 652. SPX is trading 60, 14 right now, right? So I want you to like go back in time a little bit, and we discussed how we were going to enter the summer trade, the Catalina wine mixer, that whole thing, right? It's been going on now for what, 3-4 weeks maybe, and we discussed getting in on a spread, right, with limited upside potential. Some of you took spreads that did not limit your upside potential, and we said let's target what? 605, right? Which is 6050 on SPX. And we've hit 6,000 veritably at this point. Last night we nailed our first upside target, but it was in after hours. When we did that, we always talk about the front end and back end of spreads. You make most of the money in the front end, or time-wise, right? You'll make a bunch of money in the front end quickly, and then to make the back end takes a lot of time, right? So we're into that phase right now, right? Where just to squeeze off that 602, 605 to get out is taking time, isn't it? Oftentimes when you open and close spreads, traders, I've told you this before too, right? The mechanics of a spread, if you're not familiar with them. A lot of traders will put a spread on and they'll close them halfway through or roll them due to the fact that they're waiting to get paid the back end of that spread, which is usually bundled up with time and theta and a bunch of other shit. So I can't blame you if you want to close here or even slightly higher, And in that same conversation that we had, I had said to you, we're going to like blast up and then we're going to hit the summer trade. And what is the summer trade? It's not a hell of a lot, is it? They're the dog days of summer. Now, there are moments of volatility within that summer trade. At some point this week or next week, we should have some more like range expansion volatility potential. But potentially into early July as well. And then we'll likely have, if we remain bullish, We'll talk about that too. If we remain bullish or go up for any part of July, it would still be part of that summer trade. And, people are taking vacations, they're doing their things. Even in my own life, I've got a lot going on. Like, I'll be honest with you. You put on like set it and forget it trades on any time frame. Like, do like a call spread on a daily low or a weekly call spread from a weekly low, and you just don't look at it, right? We've talked about this extensively, which is people have stuff going on. If you look at a full year, right, this is probably the least active time of the year. People are getting ready for summer. People are wrapping up school with their kids. People are wrapping up programs that have been running throughout the year. And I told you that you would have people screaming, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And yet, that doesn't really happen, does it? Not only that, we're also talking about refocusing on individual issues when we come into that summer trade. So you can put these spreads on the markets, and then you're looking elsewhere for trades, single stock issues, stuff like that can kind of run. And you're looking for volatility anywhere that you can find it. And we had just had some with Tesla, right? We had this big, beautiful blast down, and then we had a little bit more excess than should have been there with Trump and Elon fighting. And it proved to be two things. One, most people missed the trade down. Then you watched people try to have continuation in that trade, and they got annihilated, right? Last 3 days, they've been fucking annihilated. When the trade was to buy that dip and ride it back up again, those traders have been rewarded handsomely. So there's some takeaways there. If you can find or get vol anywhere, you jump on it, right? As a matter of fact, last night, I got home. I was out with my kids and my wife. I was talking to my oldest daughter about how we took my oldest daughter out to dinner to discuss how she was going to get to college and what she's doing this summer. And this was another conversation. Do you guys remember when Bernie Sanders held something, and there was like a protest too? And I offered to take my daughter to those things and asked her not to participate in any summertime stuff in case it gets crazy. You guys remember that conversation? And so I took her so that she could experience what it's like to express yourself in a safe environment. And of course, now I'm asking her not to participate in that stuff this summer because of the danger associated with that stuff, And then I was like, what are you doing this summer? What's your sojourn plans for the summer? And how are you getting to school? And talking to her last night. And I get home, and we hit our upside target within a few pennies. So I got on Twitter a lot late last night, and I was like, sell it down. We hit our targets in after hours. You should sell it in the overnight and then take your money and run, or you could stay up there if you wanted as a hedge. But we could likely in cash market go back up there and retrace that whole fucking move. When you see that opportunity, you can take it. If you see that like volatility, you can take it to the downside. If you see the volatility of the downside, you can pick it back up, bring it back up, because we're kind of in a range, or not a range, we're like on a tractor beam track right now. And we're just like grinding. The thesis here at this moment, this is why we picked 6050 as a target, would be that we would grind around here between here and like 605 and fail 610 and have a nice capitulation move to the downside during, hopefully we can get that capitulation during Vixpiration or in or around DivX or OpX or month end or first week of July because of when the date of the 30th. And we've got some Jerome Powell stuff, right? We got a Fed meeting. We got some reasons, right? We got Trump and China and blah, 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 blah. So there are opportunities. And if you wait for, as those opportunities present themselves, that you can probably catch a nice high or you can catch a nice low and jump on a trade. As long as you're aware of where those ranges are. I posted something else yesterday too. I posted like a Sesame Street thing. Well, let me say these 6100s, these 6200s, and then this morning I posted on Twitter try to spend some more time on Twitter, by the way, recently. Oftentimes, I used to hang out a lot on Wall Street Bets years ago. Then I hung out on Twitter a lot years ago, and I haven't had time to focus on Twitter. Like, I'll go on it, but I don't get to spend time on Twitter. So the past couple weeks, I've been trying to spend more time there. Hey, how's everybody doing? I haven't been around. And let me post something, and then we'll talk more about it, and I'll post more about it and interact with you and that kind of stuff. And so this past couple weeks has been slow. So I've had a chance to be there and be like, hey, I'm still here. And I posted again this morning. I think I pinned it. Or it was Reek, right? Let me shake a sausage in front of you, and you guys want to go to 6,100 or 6,200 and that kind of stuff. And that's what's happening. You know, we're selling calls higher, right? And dangling that stick or that sausage for you that, hey, we're going to trade 6,100. And more than likely, we're going to hit like 6,050, pull back, maybe get close to 610 or 6,100, excuse me, and then pull back, right? And if anything, maybe even sell on that 6,100. We're going to do a couple things today. We're going to take a look at SPY really quick this morning, right? We'll rechart the whole thing so you can get an idea of where we are. We're going to take a look at a higher time frame for SPY. Maybe we should look at like a 4-hour in case something does change. We'll start marking out some dates on a chart too with some known potential volatility. To let the market move a little bit so that you can try to jump on tops and bottoms and stuff like that. And someone yesterday mentioned to me something weird on Twitter, like, I don't know what the fuck they said. It was something bizarre. And I was like, you didn't read the goddamn brief or something. I was like, I feel like people read what they want to read. You know what I mean? That's very frequent, by the way. I'm very aware of that. People will read what they want to read and not all of what you write. So there might be some of that today, too, we can look at. Maybe there's better explanations. And I also realize that people come and go in the stream every day. They're not here 8 fucking hours with me. So we talk about a lot of shit, right? We spend like 8 fucking hours going over thesis and going over if this, then that, and if that, then this, and if, you know, that and that, and that happens. Then we write a bunch of shit, and so people can get lost. So maybe we'll try to look at some of that stuff this morning. We'll also try to identify some stonks for you. Or some other issues. Matter of fact, we can start with one of those. It's early, right? It's 9:41. Look at the market. The market hasn't even moved. Summer trade, baby. It's a Catalina mixer. Set it and forget it. Close your laptops. Go outside and swim. Right. Place a trade in the morning or the afternoon. Slam your laptop shut and get outside and do something. I've warned you of this for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. So. Let's see if we can find something here this morning, right away off the go. And also this morning, did you see Walter Bloomberg here came out with a post? I thought it was hilarious. It was one of my favorite posts from this morning. What did he write? Something about fucking inflation. Like here, tariff likely to boost inflation, Goldman Sachs says. Goldman Sachs expects tariffs to raise goods prices and overall inflation in the coming months. In May's CPI data out Wednesday, they predict a small impact. Small impact. I posted this already too last week, this past week, right? It was like looking towards CPI, like they're going to look through that shit. It's not going to be anything, or it isn't going to be perceived as anything that's like, you know, earth shattering. You know, we're in the right tails of, think about the volatility that we were looking at just a few weeks ago, and the right tails of that volatility are kind of going away. This is like the last of it for this moment. So we'll talk about inflation and stuff, and goods and services inflation, and we'll take a look at some stuff this morning. First thing we're going to take a peek at, just to get some of you excited this morning if you want, is Advanced Money Destroyer. We're going to take a peek at... Oh, it's already moving. Fuck, I should have told you that. Damn it. Did it already move? Oh, hopefully it hasn't. Oh, it started moving on Monday. We'll take a look at Advanced Money Destroyer right now. And let me see if I got anything on this. So this is AMD. I should have said something yesterday about this, but we're going to take a look at it nonetheless. So AMD, any of you guys in the Discord, any of you fucking moocher free watchers out there, any of you fucking people out there that watch this show and don't tell me that you're actually here, you know who you are. I hate that guy, but I watch the show all day long. AMD. Let's take a look at this one to start. Quick peek. Advanced Money Destroyer. Primed. AMD, look at it. This is on a daily basis. Came back down here in October of 2022. Slapped down on the 6 month, quarterly trigger. Had a gorgeous run here, right? Not bad, right? I'd say it's pretty good, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. End up being bigger up here. A little bit longer back end on this one. And then we've got what? Same kind of a deal down here, right? Smashed through the quarterly, almost on the 6 month down below. And it's coming into some volatility. Some squeeze potential. And we always like this stuff, don't we? We were actually looking at Tesla the other day in the same kind of a fashion, right? Notice how the stock market seems to look very similar, right? Smash down, right? No evidence of a turnaround yet, right? Over here. But there is evidence right here of a turnaround. Hold on a second here. What the hell's going on? What the fuck is that? We got like windows open or something? Oh, I can tell when the kids are. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that? All right. Now we do have some prior high here, right? And this beat right here is important, right? And remember when you see this stuff happen, you don't have to be in this trade. You're just watching for it to like set up for you, right? So you get the prior high here, you got the new high here. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? I'd say that looks constructive. I don't know about you, but that looks constructive to me. Also note that we do have gaps lower, but we also have a bunch of gaps above. We're not quite in the like doom time yet, right? We're not in like, end of summer or fall or anything like that. This all looks beautiful. I like how this is constructed. And then not only that, we're coming into a place of resistance, and we're not quite sure if this is like a wall, or is it weak? Is it weak or is it restrictive, right? So let's take a look at the monthly and see if there's any like reason why this should be like aggressively resistant. I don't see anything. The weekly looks great here. The daily is a little toppy here. So there could be like a push higher, drop down, then higher again. What's fascinating about this daily velocity and this weekly velocity is if you can find a weekly low on this ticker every week, you should get some nice gains out of it. On a 30-minute basis, let's look closer here. This is still very supportive right now on a daily basis. So we can take a peek over here. And even so, see I have this like support here. It comes back down and back up again. You can kind of see once we're in that zone of support. See how you have like a breakout, pull back, breakout, pull back, breakout. Still kind of supportive, right? So unlike negative velocity, daily velocity tends to be supportive when it's in the positive. Once you make that turnaround, you start heading higher. It's not like it's not supportive. It's very supportive. So let's take a quick look down here at AMD. And though I think we come back down here at some point, possibly, the market is very supportive of it. So we've got, let's look at this one right here. We've got, dude, I got it. Die. What is that? I need a shotgun. Somebody, swear to God, I'm gonna fucking kids doors. Why do my kids leave the doors open? I can always tell when the door is being left open. They just let every animal in the house. I can't win. So let's take a peek quickly here at AMD. This is really what I want to show you here. Don't get long yet. Don't be getting long just yet. I think this is going to work out to be here. Let's right in here. I think there's 2 trades in here. You guys are already getting long, I can see. You guys are already getting long. You're not even waiting. You guys are savages. Look at you. Bunch of dirty savages. Okay, so we know that this is trend right here, right? We also know that 5s and 0s are going to be a source of like 125, 130, 135. We already know that there's going to be some sort of like resistance or rejection above up here. See if we can get up here and do this. Today is Tuesday, right? You got something like this right here. 124 maybe. Hold on here. Let me check something here. Hold on. Right there. Like I think I got that right. You guys are fucking savages. You're already on it. 1600 right here. Nice little breakout on the monthly trigger. It's already happening. Well, actually, let's go. Let's try it like this. What's that? 1300. Something like this. But here's where it gets crazy. This is what you're not watching for. Right down here. There's 130. 28.5. Right about there. I think that you're gonna get some kind of a fake out here. They're gonna rein you back in over here and then ramp you up. Was that out? About there. That. Think you clear that one just yet? I'm betting that's on the second one. 125, 128. Stand back on that one right there. Down there. That's where we take that bad boy out right there. In a second here. There's the 18th right there. No. That's Friday. Right there. 16th, but I think that's the 18th. June 23rd, June 25th. Where's the 28th? 30th? Something more like that. That's Friday the 27th. So a quick pump up here, right? Pull back, ramp. This is this all has to do with like Jerome. Bloodbath on Jerome, close the gap. Now, what I don't know here is see these gaps down here? Let me see. Oh, that all looks clean right there. Let me get rid of that. I don't see this yet. Dude, hold on a second here. Sorry about that. No, there's gonna be what I want to draw something important to your attention here. See down here, there is like some kind of a like gotcha moment down here. I think this is where there's some kind of gotcha moment in here, some kind of like I want you to just watch this here. So but there's some kind of gotcha moment. Could make this like what's July, like this right here, right? Suck it up into the middle of the month. I think this is where a lot of the bears think that summer's going to suck early. Let's look at this as a group here. So you see this big ass cluster, right? This is bullish. You see this big cluster here for a squeeze, right? That's why you hear people talking about like the market. If you don't know about this, the market is looking like it wants to squeeze. And you can see this cluster right here. It's this big cluster, right? And then you got the daily trigger. that's about to cross the weekly right here. Hold on here. See this daily trigger that's crossing right now? What this will do is this will be the momentum that's needed for an explosive upside move. The question becomes, how high is that move? And then once it's done, where does it come down? And also, a bigger question here is, do you see this like June 30th, first week of July? If we like come back down to Jesus moment or Vixpiration or whatever, do we actually like bloodbath, get trapped here in middle of the month, and then actually roll to the downside early, right? I get plunged down first week of June, get sucked back up, failure to break out, and then everybody wraps it up for the summer. Bloodbath down into July 30th, come back up again for middle of August, and then it's like Doomsville into early or late September, earlier July. I mean, this is still here. It looms. If you look at the last brief I gave you in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, I drew it out for you. Like, where's the trap and all that kind of stuff? And there's a trap where, well, I guess, or DIA is showing it earlier than the rest of the market, where you get the squeeze and like tech because it's seasonally in, or tech's in season. But like DIA would get trapped early and then start blooding down here early. But I can see this. I don't know if this actually happens. And we're not there yet for it to happen either. So I wouldn't necessarily plan on that at the moment, nor this at the moment until we get there, or if we do get there. But at any rate, what I do want to show you here is that AMD has the potential to want to squeeze to the upside, okay? And there's a trap in here. So this is mostly due to options. You're buying bunches of calls. What they do is they blood you, and then they make the move higher. Then we come back down. So there's a lot of chicanery in here on this trade. So what I want to leave you with is this on this trade, okay? There is a potential for the market to squeeze in a big way. You do have the cross of the daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger. There's also possibly some kind of a let's draw it like this. Let's draw it like this. So here, right? We'll get rid of this one. And then I'm going to draw this as like a dotted line here. Matter of fact, get rid of that. Down like this. And we'll make this like a dotted arrow. And what I'll tell you is, or what I want to tell you is that right there. What I want to tell you is that if you are bullish on AMD, and you're going to have a bunch of like bears telling you you're going to close this gap, I don't believe it. But what I'm going to tell you is that you're likely going to get a failure to start, and the real trade is slightly lower. So set an alert at home, right? Have some patience. I'm giving you this trade before it even happens. Set an alert right about here. 118.65. You could probably raise it up a little bit. I'd do like 120. And you're probably going to hear somebody telling you like, oh, bro, we broke below, 120 or whatever. Doom and gloom. It doesn't need to be that low. It just needs to be like right about there. Maybe even go that low. Could be violent. That would still satisfy the one. to, advanced money destroyer. You guys are familiar with this, right? Just watch this, like, it's going to tell you we're going higher, higher, and then wham, straight down. And it's going to rocket ship up and to the right. Now let's look at this, like, can the market squeeze narrative that's out there? And, like, let's see, like, how big is that move right there? That's 11%. If any of you know about this big squeeze thing, I'll show it to you right now. The squeeze potential that everybody is talking about. This is 11%. It's not 15, which is what the discussion is right now, but maybe it is with closing that gap down here. That's 13.58 right here. But I think there's a fake out within. I think there's a fake out like before we actually get there. They're going to tease you with it. We're going to come back down here, and then that's the actual launch point. So I'm going to explain this in more detail to you here in just a moment, how to trade this. But if it was me, I would say set an alert. Matter of fact, I'll set one for myself here. Price coming down. Nope. Crossing down. And once per bar. Create an alert. And I'll get an alert in here for it. And I think there's like one more dump. Just one more quick dump, and then we make this big move higher. You could theoretically put a call spread on here and not worry about any of this to go higher. This is why I like call spreads in the summer. If I'm wrong here, let's say we just start moving, right? Start going up here, start going up here. Hey, Cap, I never hit my 120. That's fine, too. You can put some time on it if you want. And we don't know what's going to happen over here yet. We don't know if this becomes even more doomish down here. So we'll leave this, consider this leg here as just, we're not going there. I just want to like start with, this is invariably, this is the trade right here. And we'll look at this later, depending upon time of month and quarter and all that kind of stuff. Because there is a big potential in here to roll to the downside early in the summer trade. Now, you might be wondering why am I talking about this, and I'm going to show you guys something real quick. Hold on here. Why am I talking about the squeeze? Mostly because there's two camps right now. There's one camp that wants to see everything burn to the ground. And there's another camp. So it's like, I told you this like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? There's going to be one camp that's going to say that we're going to go to the moon. And there's another camp that's going to tell you that we're going to the depths of hell when we're actually locked inside of a summer trade, right? And I want to talk to you about BBG in an article that they did. Goldman, this is the biggest short squeeze in years. Where to expect it next? It's one giant short squeeze. Goldman's most rolling short basket is now up 42% from April lows, not 16% over the last month, and up 10.8% over just the past 5 sessions. According to Goldman trader Matt Kaplan, the move is felt driven by a combination of resilient macro data, plus NFP last week, into CPI this Wednesday. That's tomorrow. Easing rates, backdrop 30-year consolidate sub 5%. Excuse me here, sorry. HF positioning June month-to-date gross 100th percentile 5-year, nets 1.668% 5-year. Systematic covering. CTAs have net bought $30 billion in U.S. equities over the last month. So they're looking for what? Some payoffs, right? And we can go past all this, but and while there are several upcoming catalysts that could halt this recent run, CPI Wednesday, ongoing trade talks, and Senate headlines on reconciliation bill, the Goldman trader notes that it feels like these names are not yet at aggressive squeeze territory, and there are a few potential tailwinds for incremental move higher. Meanwhile, as noted 2 weeks ago, the median S&P 500 stock short interest approaching 6-year highs. what are the forward returns when Goldman's most shorted index rallies 15% in 2 weeks? As shown in the next chart, technicals suggest smooth sailing ahead. Average forward return following first percentile 2-week rallies of the most shorted stocks. 1-month return is in blue, and 3-month return is in light blue over here. So there's a potential, or there's talk at least, of some kind of a short inside of the market. And I think it's possible for this stock to participate in it. It's kind of primed up for it. The only thing that I don't like is that daily velocity. So if the weekly velocity looks great, right? If the weekly velocity looks great and the daily velocity looks like shit, maybe we can catch some kind of a downside move on a daily basis, yet that weekly will be accumulated and pushed higher on this particular stock. So there is a window in here. There's a window of volatility coming up at the end of this week to go down, but I think, or at the end of this week, but here is the end of, let's see here. We got this Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think there's like a window in here. Here's 1600 right here. There's like a window in here to squeeze up. If we miss this window here, I don't like this trade particularly next week, nor the week after, nor the week after that, next 3 weeks. So I think you got a small window here to get this done, or we can push this off into once this volatility ends, and maybe the move takes place after the first week of July. In either case, you could put a farther date on the trade to the upside. I've been trying to capture this trade now, but look for maybe July 31st as a capture on this upside move. As a, it's either price or time, right? We're either going to party that, get down and party this shit quick, or we'll have maybe another potential for it. We peter out and then we swing high and do it late July. So this shows June, but we'll push that farther out. So if you're looking for this trade, I would say look for call spread printing either now or in a low, printing 132.50, and I would even rein it in a little bit. Do like July 31st, 130. If you get the print early, you're in and out, no problemo. If we get any kind of like doom in here or whatever, you just like sit through it until that June 30th. So AMD, upside price target, 130, 132 should be a pretty fucking easy trade for you. Next thing, we're going to go to the trigger screen. Oh, wait a minute. My thing is off. This is SPY. This has been a big teaser for most of you, right? You keep getting blue balled, right? Come up here. Well, you're not really being blue balled. Some of you might be, but we already know what's going. We already know what's going on. Blue balled, blue balled, blue balled, blue balled, blue balled. You guys are all looking for a breakout or a failure and a collapse, and you guys are all upset. Not you guys. Our community already knows what's going on here, and we've already taken we already took the trade lower. Let's go over here to an hourly basis. We already jumped on board this trade twice already. Down here, down here, down here, 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. For a payoff higher at 605. We're looking for this one right here. We're looking for this nice, beautiful move to the upside to get out of market. Now, there might be one more pump higher, but I think we roll big time over here. We're going to talk about this today. This is an important part of the show here right now, is that we're looking to exit. So I want you to think about like profit-taking week. We're looking for price into the end of the week to moon so that we can get out of the market. Now, you might be just getting into market here. You might be a FOMO gang, or hey, I want to jump in on this cap, or day trade that move. That sounds reasonable into Friday. But we got to talk about some of the down the road mechanics here, okay? Just note too that we are squeezing higher, coming back into the overnight low right now. and we're going to chat really quick about where we are headed here. We're going to look at the monthly. Get rid of this for a minute here. Beautiful fucking chart. Look at that thing. It's so gorgeous. So beautiful. Look at that strength. Love it. Green. There's a month right there. That's 574 on a monthly basis. So bullish. Another one right here. This is weekly. $574, $572, $79. Let's go on a daily basis. How can you guys not be bullish here? How? Trading 60101 right now. We're going to go over here. You remember that AMD trade that I just talked to you about, that roll, right? We're going to get into that here in just a minute. Daily. Right there. Right there. Right there. That's all beautiful, gorgeous, sexy, unbelievably beautiful. How could you be bearish here? Get some nice news this morning that we're going to front run the inflation print. Look at that. All-time highs, baby. So close. Everybody wants the squeeze trade. Four. Hold on one second here. I got to. Dude, where is the I don't know what the fuck happened to that. Four right here. Bullish, 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 bullish. 4 right there. 4 right here. Oh, look at the eyes and the prize. Everybody wants it, right? 6,100. That's the tease. And then we got this one right here. This is 605. 605, 610. This is the prize, right? This is the one that everybody wants up here. That's the tease. Go to a 1 hour basis. Woo. Here's the roll down right here. This is the AMD roll down. See that one right there? Oh. I think this is the trap to actually go higher. I think that this is where you get sucked up and then wham, we're up there. Well, not that high. No, up there to be more exact. there. And this is what I want to show you guys. This right here. You see this target right here? I show this on a better basis here. So yeah, right here. So yesterday, Tuesday, Monday, right here. No. Why is it not showing it on here? Hold on here, guys. It's not showing it here. It's not showing it in here. So, hang tight here. Last night, what we did is we hit 602.64. 602.64. But we wanted to hit 74, 72. In the overnight last night at 2200 at 10 p.m., 2200. So in here last night, we hit 62. But we came back down here. And you see this low right here? See that low is taken out right there? Do you see this little? So in here, we hit this last night. We slammed back down here this morning, and we did what? We theoretically did our pullback. You see it right here? Theoretically, we did this. Instead of this happening in cash market, it happened in after hours and then early morning right here. And I think that's satisfied. Now, there may still be like this move higher, this move lower tomorrow on Wednesday. Where's Wednesday? Hold on here. $8:30 in the morning. We did this in cash market or out of cash markets. That could preclude this. It's Friday, 1600. Nope. Now they've got that low right there this morning. And there's that hourly down here. I think this is what it looks like. That's 601.72. Remember that one. So I think what we can do is we can bang this out in cash market and then fade inflation print. And then we get that move finally to hit 605. that make sense to you guys? Right there. So this is the overnight right here. I'm going to get rid of that now. I just want to show this to you here. Call this 1 o'clock. And there's something else important here. That. It's just like that right there. So I'm going to leave it just like this. This does not have to happen because of that overnight pump up here. You could consider this having that pullback we talked about in the Sunday brief. If that's the case, it is possible that we just grind up here. But don't leave this out. Do not leave this out into like go sideways, sell it down the overnight, like we did last night, right? Volatility. And then whammo to the upside. We'll leave it just like that. Just like this. See this move right here? So you just get that bam, bam, right? Fade it, wham, wham. And then still trying to get up there to that 605. And there's Friday right there. The bigger question becomes, what about on a 4-hour basis? This is where I got some problems. So right there. Right over there. Next week, we come into some volatility. The thesis would be volatility, right? We want to also see that that squeeze, right? Like that AMD squeeze. So let's go back down and look at AMD. Oh, shit. Hold on. And this is what I want to show you here. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's fucking beautiful. That's Tuesday, right? Tuesday and then Wednesday down, right? And then up here into Thursday and Friday. But there's Monday. You see that? There's Monday right there. See that Monday push? This is Monday the 16th. So let's go back to the trigger screen. And if this is Monday over here, right there, that's Wednesday. The bigger question becomes, can we get up here? Monday, Tuesday, or maybe even earlier. Down, squeeze up into Friday. You know, like just a little bit of this, with that. And then we're done. Put that up there. We'll be kind. Oh, what did I do there? And that's how you get that squeeze. And not only that, you're coming into Fed meeting. There's the 18th for the Fed meeting. This is also like a VIXpiration. We miss all-time highs, right? We miss it. We don't actually hit it. It'd be a perfect backdrop, right? Here's all-time highs. ATH. VIXpiration. Fed meeting. Crank this up, down. Grab a nice little long into Friday. Miss 605. Maybe even pop it. Pop the collar there a little bit. Not the collar, but, you know. What's up, bro? We're heading up into VIXpiration. Fed meeting. And then leave it up to the chair. Now, what else is fascinating about this? We know the markets can, in or around VIXpiration, the market has the ability to move, right? Or even down, right? We already know about what happens on VIXpiration. I've got memes that I post about it, right? Remember we had a reverse the last time. We had OPEX first, then VIXpiration, and I was like, hey, OPEX is great. And then VIXpiration was emaciated Matthew McConaughey. So, you know, you like hammer down VIX, new contract on VIX, right? We're on a low. We start tumbling into end of July, right? Month end. Get that VIX ramping. Here's month end. Sell the news on VIXpiration, Fed meeting, even if you were to pop it up for an all-time high and a great Fed. But as long as it doesn't expire, then we're like blasting down, right? Come back over here for the 30th. Maybe even catch one more week of this. Wall Street gets back into town on the 7th, 8th. VIX is cranking. And it's time for another long, potentially into the middle of July. We fail that high up there, middle of July. Start trading sideways. And then we're off and running into our fall doom shit trade. Something like that. Making sense now? Hammer you. Swooping grind up into Vixpiration, Fed meeting. Matter of fact, they'd probably park us right here, wouldn't they? I'll have to find out what the Fed meeting is being priced in. That's somewhere there. I bet you there'll be hours here when we're done. I bet there's a 4-hour bar here. That all matches up. Oh boy. Let's go look at this in a smaller frame now. Now let's look at it with some pivots. And check that out. We're right on R1 right now. And R2 is way up here. This is 602. Oh, I said 601.72, but it's actually 602.72. Excuse me. I got that wrong. So right there. So you can watch this grind up all day long right now. 10:30. I said 601, but it's 602. Let's check this really quick. 602.71. Come down here. And then you got your fake out to 605 right there. Right there. That's all you need for the whole day right there. Now, there could be one more thing here. If they try to pound us down at 10, 10:30, and then the ramp is lower later in the day. But that's your target right there. 602.72. I made a faux pas saying 601. It's just a number thing. I said 601, but last night we did 602.64. Also noteworthy that that's 602 from last night. 64 is it's right here. R2 is the overnight high. So there you go. We'll grind that right out. Nice little painting, huh? Okay, so AMD. You get the gist on AMD. If you wanted to look for a stonk that might outperform, the target on SPX is 6050. I do not believe that you hit it early. I think that we sell 602.72, and then on Friday we print just below 6050. I think you have enough of a long-term view over here. Go back and look at this again. So if you want to know what the outlook is, here it is right here. You ready? That one right there, right? Up, down, right? 602.72. Sell it down. 604 or 6050 on Friday. Sell it down. And then we're going to trade. We're going to fail 610 on Vixpiration Fed meeting. Now, if you want to know where we go from here, we can talk about that right now, where I think that we go. You ready? This is going to piss you all off. Do this just so I can show you guys this. Do you want to know where I think we go from here? So we're gonna do 602.72. We're gonna fail or hit 605. We definitely fail 610. This is why I keep telling you I'm gonna sell you 61 or 6100s, right? Why? You guys know why? We're likely gonna trade all this down here. 584, 580 would be a nice round number. And then where are we going to trade next? You guys know? We're going to trade 612. And 612 should be like top in July. And then we're going to have a fucking bloodbath. We're going to go trade like 570, 565 into fall or late summer. Early fall, and then that'll be the bottom, and then we're going to try to buy that 560, 570 somewhere in there in I believe late September, early October maybe. And this would be the low right here. See this gap? We should close this in the fall. So for your second trip higher into the end of the year, that should be end of year as of right now. So just remember this whole thing right here, this whole zone. Make sense? Now things can change. Woohoo! So what are your key inflection points? Do you know? I'll give them to you again. 602.72. Pull back to trade 605. Pull back. Trade. So look. Am I here? Things are getting weird. 580. If you're at home, write these down, okay? Write these down. Ready? 602.72. Potential to trade 599.66 down to 596.61. Trade 605. Pull back to 602. Trade failure of 610. Then we should trade 584 to 580. And then we will trade 612. And then we will fail at the end of summer. And we'll go trade the 60s, 70s and 60s. And then the end of the year should be huge. Where's my camera, man? Okay, where's my camera? Sorry about that. I wasn't looking at my camera. I wasn't looking at the break time. I was paying attention to other shit. Now, what does that mean to you? If you are with me and the rest of the market, what I would say to you is get out of your 605 call spreads near in the money. So as you go close, you're going to be about 90% in the money at that point. You should be making about 100% trade, right around there, maybe 110% trade. If you just did call spreads. Some of you are in other exotic spreads. Whatever it is, take the money as we get close to that 605. We will then try to pick up the next trade to trade a failure of 610 into FOMC. And then what we'll do is we'll try to catch a high on FOMC to sell. Okay? And that will also align with expiration. It'll align with month-end flows and all that kind of doom rolling of QQQ and capture. I think we're going to be down May 30th through 4th of July. I could be wrong here, but of course we can day trade it if we squeeze higher. If you're one of those people that disagrees with this trade right here, I do want you to know that I have no problems staying bull. If you think we're going to break down before then, I have no problem doing that either, and you shouldn't either. But this seems like a pretty rational, middle of the road expectation. You guys understand what I'm saying here? I know there's a ton of talk out there. I know there's I realize you guys are getting information from people that have 500,000 followers and shit, and it runs the gambit. We've been on track. We haven't fucking missed. So maybe we do miss at some point, but we haven't missed, guys. We've been on this almost to a goddamn tick at times. So I don't know. I know people have all this shit they're telling you, but you guys are getting it everything. It's not just one side. It's everywhere. And it's not just one person either. It's some of the shit that I'm reading out there. I'm I don't know. Nope, I don't see that. Nope, I don't see any of that. Nope, I don't see any of that. So, I mean, if something changes, maybe it becomes something. Sure, we'll entertain it. But until that shit happens, we've been on track fucking sexy around here. I'm a happy guy. Aren't you a happy guy? If any of you guys still in your your longs here? I'm a happy man right now. I'm pretty fucking happy. Are you guys happy? What's going on? Hold on, I'm here. I wasn't reading anything. I'm here now. What's going on? I just posted in the Discord. What's going on? You guys okay? Oh, right on, right on. You guys all following along with this kind of stuff? Hey, what's going on, Nick, brother? Good to see you, man. Yes, Microsoft. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Visionary 9747. I will. You guys get what I'm saying here, at least. Now, if something changes, like if volatility is always lurking, or I don't fucking know. Like, yeah, we deal with it when it comes. Did you guys notice last night that we fucking printed? The Sunday brief, I said we're gonna print 602.72. We fucking hit 602.64 in the overnight, and I got on Twitter last night, and I'm like, yeah, sell this shit down, like definitely. I was like, we're probably gonna go back to it again in cash market. It's on Twitter. I'm like, we're probably gonna go back to it in cash market, but they fucking nailed that shit right in after hours. So I'm like, you fucking sell that fucker down. Yeah, I'll look at Microsoft. Hold on, guys. Happy summer, guys. It's fucking beautiful, right? Fucking summer trade is, dude. Like, I see so many people on FinTwit like overcomplicating things, and I'm like, stop overcomplicating this fucking trade. Hold on. All right, and a couple other things here. Please, if you want some insight into this trade at all, I want you to find Theta Gang. Theta Gang, this is like their time to shine. If there was like a time of year for Theta Gang to shine, it's been like the past week or so. Like, this is their time. If there's like a time of the year, if there's a time of the fucking year for Theta Gang to be like, I love it. Like, when they come out of hibernation, like, I fucking love it. It's the fucking summer trade. They love this shit because you guys are out there like fucking spinning in weaves and yarn and like, you guys got like first time crocheting over here. It just looks like a fucking dream catcher that's all fucked up. And people are like, oh God, what is that guy saying over there? Find Theta Gang. And they'll tell you that what I'm saying here is probably what they're thinking too. Something like this. So we have Theta Gang in our Discord, right? We got Blind Nest Owl. We've got LVR, 45 Forever, John L. We've got some guys in there that are pretty goddamn good at this shit. So try to catch up with those guys and be like, hey, like this group of people are saying this and that group of people are saying that. And I mean, I didn't even watch these fucking videos. I've been like scrolling YouTube though. And some of the batshit shit I'm seeing on YouTube, I'm like, these motherfuckers have like, I don't know if they got fake. I don't know if they got fake followers or they got like fake views. They're just paying for views. I don't know. Like, I'll watch a video be put out. And it's like fucking 500,000 fucking views in like a day. I'm like, who the fuck is fucking watching this shit? Like, does it feel good? Does it like help you with your cope? I don't know. I used to consume a lot of that shit too myself. So I think people are watching it. Maybe they're selling sizzle. I don't know. Yeah, get in there and talk to Theta Gang because some people realize it. I mean, I see guys on Twitter that I trust that know what's going on. Like Double Wide Cap, he knows what's up. Like, he's like, God damn it. We're trapped in the summer trade. I watched another guy yesterday. He was like, fuck this, I'm out of here. He's like, I'm going to the beach. He's like, over here trading $1. I'm out of here. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. And and then even last night's sell in the middle of the night, like probably a bunch of like overnight sellers. We're like, fuck this, I'm out of here. And then we did it last night. And you guys know me. I watch this motherfucking market 24 hours a day, you know? You guys know I'm awake at like 4 a.m. Cap's awake at 2. Look at him. He's on Twitter. Oh my God, Cap's awake again at 4 a.m. He's on Twitter. Oh my God, Cap's awake again at 8 a.m. Shit posted on Twitter, pissing all over everybody. So anyways, you get the gist, right? By the way, if you don't like my posts, I know that I know for a fact you're pissed at me. You've got a completely different outlook. You're probably paying $1,000 a month to some fucking company lying to you. I love it. I fucking love that you waste your money doing that shit. Oh God. Oh yeah, I'm a degen. Old school. The youngins don't know that though, do they, Talking Monkey? He's talking to me. I'm like, no, I'm not. He's definitely calling me out. I'm like, no, I'm not, dude. If I was calling you, I'd fucking call you out by name. Oh God. I forgot we made degeneracy, didn't we? I think I'm part of that class. I was dude. I had Reddit like within 6 months of it coming into existence. That's back when they would make fake shit. Like I'd be talking to somebody, it was fake. It was like 3 guys talking back to me that owned Reddit. That was way, way, way long time ago. That was like, yeah, it was just post FARC, I think. We all like FARC went to dog shit at that point, and Reddit just popped up. That's dating me, isn't it? God, long time ago. Okay, so we'll look at Microsoft, MSFT. We'll look at, what's the other one you want me to look at here? NFLX. If I do know you on FinTwit and you're watching the show right now, just know that I don't hate you. I like all of you. I like everybody. Tesla. You want me to review Tesla again? What are you, late to the party? God damn, review Tesla again. I already told you where Tesla was going, didn't I? Where did I tell you Tesla was going? Where the fuck what did I say? I said, oh, we'll wait over here and see if it bounces. If it doesn't, and then it started bleeding. Then where was I at the bottom? And I'm like, grab that fucking thing. You guys are like, oh, no, can't do that. This service told me this was going to happen and that was going to happen. It was all doom and gloom. How's Tesla doing right now? Oh, 316, huh? Oh. Where did I tell you I was going to trade to? I already told you, right? 340, right? So it's gonna, I think I said 340. I think I even said higher, didn't I? I think I said 340, I think. Something like that. If you're a member, we give you twice a day Tesla updates. Just a note to you if you're out there. We track Tesla twice a day. And we also track it on shorter and long, farther out time frames. Oh, interesting. You want to see it? Now, mind my my shitty drawings here. Remember, too, it's always price or time. And I also gave you more time when I wrote out that Tesla chart, didn't I? Nothing's changed, by the way. Nope, in the wrong one. I'm in the right one. This is what I drew for you on this fucking show. And I said to you not to worry about this right here, right? And we came up here, didn't we? See it right there? So we hit it, right? We should bounce down, and we should trade what next? What do we trade next from here? I think we trade at least three. I think we trade at least 324. I think reining in your expectations to 324. 324 would be nice. I really want to see the trade to 330 or higher. That's why we got this dotted line. So lower your expectations, and if you get this move here, I would like to see that because it would imply that the next move is going to be bigger. And then we would be trading from there 342. And you guys know my ultimate plan here with Tesla, right? I would like to see 342 right here. I don't care if we have a bloodbath into July. I would like to see something like this into late July. And then I would like to see a fucking bloodbath for September, and end of July, September over here. In this run right now, particularly, I want to see 342. Nothing's changed. When I draw these fucking things out, I'm pretty fucking good. I mean, there can be some material changes. Don't get me wrong. Shit the market doesn't know, like wild ass shit. You know, bad print, great print. I don't know. Trump says something that's like material, like, hey, we're going to do 200% tariffs right now. Not the last time of my president's, like today. I can't do nothing about that shit. And I ain't a fucking magician. I'm not a fucking, not a furu or anything. I don't do that furu bullshit. Oh, look at that. It was bought. Shocker. Scooped up. Surprise, motherfucker. Anyways, now let's see if we can get above it. Just need to get above that one right there. And don't forget, we could grind up into 4 p.m. Also remember that spreads are your friend. Calls are cheap. Futures are better than if you can get enough people trading futures. Futures is good too. Globex is good to be trading too. Thanks, Pinky. I do chart, so I want you guys to know something out there. We chart everything. I chart bonds, I chart currencies, silver, gold, crypto, Mag 7, oil, gas, all that shit. I chart all of it. So if you're ever like, and I want you to know why I do this. So what I do at least once a week, I have another office set up. I do want to show you guys this. I've been running wires and stuff, but I do want to show you this setup at some point. So I have a computer that's on all the time, and it's got like 100 fucking tabs on it. And I look at the whole market. It's like I'm looking at currencies, pair trades. I'm looking at metals, and I'm looking at crypto, and I'm looking at fucking Mag 7 and oil and gas and you name it. Financials. I have a whole grouping of risk off type indexes, like utilities and that kind of shit. And what I try to do is look at the whole market to see if there's something I'm missing. So yesterday I was on the stream briefly in the morning, and I said to you, well, I was looking at IWM, and I was looking at Dow Jones Industrial Average versus the rest of the market, and I was describing to you what I was looking at. And you know what's fascinating is last night Dow Jones got hammered. And another cool thing here too is on Twitter yesterday I was explaining to people, and I think I told Stacy this a week ago here in the show. I think it was Stacy or somebody. I was like, I don't expect Apple to outperform right now. So it's like short Apple, long Meta. I expect Meta to outperform early. I posted that on Twitter like a week or two ago. So you get long Meta, short Apple, but even though they're short Apple, you're accumulating Apple for a trade down the road. You guys understand how these people do this shit? Like they rotate in and out of stuff. Like I'm short this, I'm long that, and then they're short, but they're really looking to buy those lows too, and then cycle out of Meta at some point in to Apple. So I try to watch the whole market. If you're like thinking that I don't do anything else, I do. We got to go over that one day. One day we'll have a nice show on that. We'll do a private stream, and you guys can set up a screener somewhere. Go out and buy yourself like a shitty laptop or something for like a second office space, and we'll do a whole segment on this where like how do you look at the whole entire market. It tells you a different story usually than what other people are telling you. Like they get a lot of like chatter like, oh, this is going to happen and that's going to happen. Oh, it's because of this. Now I'm like, yeah, none of that shit vibes literally the entire fucking market. Like the whole entire fucking market's not agreeing with what this guy's saying. I think that's more advanced. I don't think that's simple. I think that's like time in market and time cross markets and stuff to see it all. But it's like this like big chorus. Dun 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 dun. All right, hold on here. Let's do something else. Let's see if we can find any stock tickers. Ooh, we've already talked about this one. I think we already talked about this one. Did it already happen? Well, we can chat about this one. It's already happened. So we talked about AMPX. I think we can talk about it on the show here. Check out AMPX on your own. We've talked about, I posted it already inside the Discord. It's still running right now. It just hit a high of 326. It has a big, beautiful, you guys want to look at it together? We can. Hold on here. Bottom right-hand side. Okay, we're going to talk about a company called AMPX. They're actually a really good company. They've got great earnings, great guides, great cash flow. And what else do I like about this company? Hey, they got sold down from the depths of hell from $16 down here. I always like these IPOs. Actually, it was higher, $25.97. IPO'd at $25.97. And you know how they do IPOs now, right? They crank them on open. They sell them down to the depths of hell. You end up getting a deal. This one's been percolating, right, for some time. You see it? Been down here, accumulate. AMPRIUS is the name of the company. And what I want to show you here in particular is they've got a cross going on right now. Last time that happened over here, look what happened. Big, beautiful rip, right? Big moves here from this down low right here, $1.19. Traded $2.72. That's a 300% move. Then it traded up $4.20 from a low of 60 cents. I mean, look at that low right there. It's gorgeous. 60 cents, 425. That beats the S&P 500 in a big way. AMPX. Now, right now, they are trying to break out here. There's a cross on the daily trigger and the weekly trigger. Here's a target up here again of 418. And also noteworthy, is this breakout right here. So you see that breakout right there? Just like traditional chart and stuff, right? Declining lows, declining highs, declining highs, attempt at a breakout. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And they got a nice little place to buy a dip right here. So take a peek at this stock. Remember something about stocks that I show you or talk to you about? If you have a basket, if I talk to you about a stock, right? And how many stocks do I talk to you about? Lots, right? Talk to you about tons of stocks, right? If you just build a basket of stocks, so what you would do is you see this AMPX, right? You can bring over this right here, right? Scroll right over here, and you can add it. Like click it, add, and you do AMPX, right? And you just add it. Click. And now it's on a basket of stocks for you that you can track. And the reason why I say this is because traders get married to stocks. And I am not a fan of that. I've never liked being married to any stock. The Tesla gang, when I first met them, they loved me. Then they hated me. Then they come crawling back. Why? I love Tesla. Always have. I'm an original OG Tesla guy. And now I don't like Elon personally at all. And I don't think it's a political thing. I don't like Elon right now, and I haven't liked him for a period of time. Now, even though I'm a Tesla bull, I went through a time period where I became like Tesla gang, and I was a weirdo. And I lost a lot of fucking money doing that. So Tesla was probably the stock for me that I had to learn to disassociate myself from Kool-Aid drinker to even though I like Tesla, I'm here to make money. And you got to understand that too. That you want to like disassociate yourself. You can like Tesla all day long, but you still got to make money. You understand what I'm saying? That's what we're here to do. And even as a Tesla investor, you want to be a happy Tesla investor, don't you? Like being a happy Tesla bull is way fucking better than saying, I'm going to buy everything, even the highs. Trust me, those guys get eaten alive. They disappear. They do. I have known these guys for decades. I've got a story that I tell sometimes. There was a major market high in Tesla, and there was a guy with like 100,000 followers, and he was screaming at me. I got out of Tesla, and he was mad at me, and he sent me a screenshot of he had like a second mortgage on his house, and he had bought like at that time like $150,000 worth of Tesla at the top on basically margin. He probably had margin with the mortgage, which is still margin, and he disappeared. He deleted his account on Twitter. I'm sure he got into some trouble. Tesla went down to the depths of hell. And you want to be a happy bull. You want to be a happy buyer. You always want to be buying lows and capitulation and seasonal lows and the biggest doom. We have like a bear market or something, or have a year and a half of down or something like that. That's when you want to be a buyer. Not at these fucking highs. Not this right here, but you know, you get what I'm saying? So disassociate yourself from the stocks that you're looking at is the rule. And how you can do that is you can have parameters of what you're going to trade. Like, hey, like I need this to hit these metrics. And then I want a basket of stocks. I want like to build every bull cycle. And you start it again and again. You delete everything. Like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of all. Like we go at the end of a bull cycle, you get rid of everything in your list and you restart again, clean scratch. But what you do is you add these tickers to your own index, and you only take the best trades. Is the key here. So you don't need to be chasing anything. You say, hey, this stock, I like its fundamentals, I like its technicals, and I'm not going to chase it right now because it's already moving. I'm just going to set an alert lower to get in on the trade. And if you accumulate over the course of a bull run 100, 200, 300, 400 stocks, you'll get alerts. And when you get those alerts, especially when the market is not in the shitter, or it's starting to the market's starting to turn up, maybe you're like, ping, this one's ready, Cap. You can then enter in what your own terms are, what you feel comfortable owning something with, and that is how Wall Street operates. So Wall Street hates chasing. They will, but they hate it, and they are patient. And when the stock comes to what they want to own it for, especially in an upturn, especially in like this accumulation here, and this one in particular, you know, you want to be a buyer where you want to be. And where you want to be a buyer may not be where I want to be a buyer. Now, this one in particular, if you take a look at it right now, it's trading $3.16. On a daily basis, right, you can see some places you can try to get long here. 265. You can snap a line over here at 289. And if you can set an alert over here, you don't even have to make this complicated, right? You add an alert in the horizontal line, price crossing down, and you don't have to think about it. Great. Here's another one right here. Add an alert in the horizontal line, crossing down, create, right? Now, what I want to talk to you about here is, let's say this stock runs away, just gone. Okay, I missed it. But if ticker PORN does roll down for a minute and I can jump on board the train and I can check sentiment on it, and maybe they got some news, or maybe it's down because the market's down, market's starting to turn up, I can then get in on that stock. Hey, I got in at fucking 265. My target's $4. I beat S&P 500. Fairly simple, cheap, easy. Make sense? I can put my stops underneath trend. I can be like, hey, you know what? I don't like this stock if it gets underneath this this gap. Or I can even snap a line down here, set an alert on it at $1.10. Add an alert in the horizontal line, crossing down, right? Create. Now, let's say this comes down here. The market is up, and I hear some bad news about AMPX. Bro, they just missed an earnings. It's terrible. Everything's going to blow up. Okay, well, maybe I'm not buying that there. I'll wait. And, a month or two later, I find out that they made this run up and they made this run for this earnings, and they came all the way back down here, and all of a sudden I get another alert. And I go, oh, shit, it's AMPX. And they got an earnings coming up over here, and it looks like they're going to make another run up for it. Okay, maybe we can decide that we're going to get up here. Maybe the trend is down. Oh, sorry about that. Maybe the trend is down and not up. Maybe they do have this bad earnings, and I can try to get in on this trade right here, up and in. So, whenever I give you these stock tickers, have your own plan, set alerts. You don't have to go crazy. You don't have to follow them. You're going to get a little ping on either on your email or on your phone or even on screen, and let those stocks come to you. And make sure you do your due diligence on these things. Make sure you talk to a financial advisor before you make any decisions. But just so you can note there, and if it runs away and it misses it, I've got a whole nother batch of stocks that I'm not going to miss. Green. Go back over here. Just parked right now, going slow. Dragging the day out right now. Just grinding it out. don't forget on this trade here, we may not get the volume until we come into 12, 1 o'clock. Could just grind here, and then as we come up here, whoop, right up there. I'll be right back with you guys. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go potty. I'll be back in just a few minutes. 11:20 in the morning. Been here for a couple hours. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, I've got it at 289, 265, and $1.10. And even when those alerts are hit, I want to know why. Like, I want to know, is it market conditions? Is it something with the company? I usually pop. I have some rules set up on the stock channel for this stuff. I've got like a bunch of bullet points. You can go look. It's pinned. I like to go I'll go to like stock twits, and even though I don't believe those people at all, but I'll go to stock twits and be like, hey, what's going on with this company XYZ? You can do that. Go on to Twitter, type in the stock ticker, read what they're talking about, check the news, check their fundamentals, check what they have like news aggregate sites. I've got some links in there for you to look at the aggregated news in these companies. Maybe they're looking for a paper to be released. Maybe they're looking for something to happen. But it's just like an alert. Hey, check this company out right now. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, brother? Hey, what's going on, GX? Hey, you guys saying hi to everybody? What's up, bro? What's going on with you? How you doing, Kevin? All right, I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll turn the news squawker back on. Oh, yeah, Tesla, baby. Keep on pumping. Trading 320.70 right now. Tesla on the fucking move right now. Tesla coming into some resistance right now at 321.70. Tesla angry. Be right back. By the way, if you have been joining us in our Discord, I appreciate it.
Energy 6
Hey,
writes says sell.
I want you to know that I'm very grateful that you're supporting what we do here. And I appreciate you guys joining the Discord.
For refill. So US dollar extending gains versus the yen as US China talks end. Last up about 0.2%. The US official says US China talks are ongoing. So again, according to another source, another US official, the US and China have concluded trade talks in London. This source saying that US China talks are ongoing. Again, according to a US official. Tesla shares extend gains up 3.6%. 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the 52-week bill auction. Prior high yield of 3.93%, a prior bid cover of 3.31%. So just correction from a major news wire. So CGTN, citing an unidentified US official, says that China-US trade discussions are still ongoing. So they were citing an unidentified US official on conclusion of discussions. According to Semaphore, Senator Graham preps backup GOP tax and spending bill. And according to Semaphore, Senator Graham says GOP may need many bills to meet Trump's aims. Surely expecting the 52-week bill auction data. Senator Graham says no tax on tips, overtime may not fit the big bill. So again, no tax on tips or overtime may not fit in the big bill. U.S. Treasury spokesperson says U.S.-China trade discussions are ongoing in London.
Here you go. I'm back here, guys.
U.S. 52-week bill auction high rate of 3.94% and a bid cover of 3.22, with the U.S. selling $50 billion of 52-week bills and awarding 75.70% of bids on high. Iran Trump telling Fox News that Iran is becoming much more aggressive in nuclear discussions.
Just to know, here we got a bunch of bills coming out right now: 17-week and a 4-week and an 8-week. Oh yeah, baby, right there.
Just keep an eye on the S&P 500. Just seeing movement towards the downside here. Again, the only headline that we have is the U.S. Treasury spokesperson saying U.S.-China trade discussions are ongoing in London. S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 erase gains. So just keep an eye on Bitcoin, also seeing some move towards the downside. Again, no other headline to back the movement up, but that's the only headline that we have.
Ooh, shit. Nice. All right, I'm finally on board. Oh, that came just in the nick of time. Oh, no, don't go back down. Don't go. There you go. Flush 'em, baby. Oh, yeah. Did anybody else buy that dip down there? Here, let me make that bigger. Dude, what's going on? Oh, wait, get rid of that. What is that? Right there. That's better. Baby, you gotta know how I feel. Oh no, 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 did I write 602? I didn't grab 602. I grabbed this. Or that's what I grabbed. One fucking thing that I don't want to do here is there's a little bit more down here. So watch this right here. There's a little bit more of this crap that needs cleaned up.
So according to CNBC report on X, they say that 2 government officials tell me US-China trade talks are still ongoing in London, despite some reports in the last few minutes saying otherwise. Talks are likely to wrap soon, but not yet, one said.
Yeah, I'm reading different things here too. I'm reading conflicting information. Like some people are writing talks have collapsed, and then other people are like talks are ongoing. So there's definitely subterfuge out there with news. There's a little bit more scrape down here. 598.38. If you can get in there, it'd be nice. Possibly could see like one more. Maybe this and then up. We'll see if we can do that or not. Even so, there is like I want to see if it rejects right here. The trade is to right here, by the way. If you jumped on this, trade is like somewhere in here. Yeah, all you need is one good blurb. I know. That's all we need is one good blurb, right? Well, plus we've got what? So Wednesday morning. All right. So just a couple things here. Let's go over a few. I gotta start at the top here. I tried to start early with people, but or early with like AMD and shit to keep people entertained. But we talked about some stocks and stuff like that. So number one, they might leave this behind too for inflation print to this last bit of gap down here. Because we don't have any gaps down here, do we? No, we ain't got no gaps down there. They might leave this behind here for unrealized vol inflation print. Normally you get 2 moves down, you get like the 1, 1, 1, 1, then move up. Or 1, right? 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. But we might leave this. It's possible. Leave that till tomorrow or something. Now, yeah, I'm still in right now. Should I just sell? I was hoping to sell somewhere in here. I'd take that like 1 5-minute cross right there. I'm hoping we can get up to it. And then maybe grab another one below it. There, well, let's draw it down there. If we can catch something like that. I don't know if we're going to fail that or not just yet, but let me make that there. Then do the 1 p.m. ramp lower. I'm going to put some stops on this shit. Do you think 150 maybe? 150 be nice. Trading 139, 136. Yeah, it was an easy fucking trade, right? I always like buying the HT. This is what Joe lives on the HT. You can do that. Hey, by the way, just if you're a pro trader with us, right? You can set alerts on the half-hour trigger and the hourly trigger just as a FYI. So if you're like a busy man, like you eat sausage wrapped or pancake wrapped sausages in the morning because you're busy.
About Trump's interview too.
You can always just like set an alert on your hourly trigger, and every time price hits it, you can go in there and try to buy it. Do it on the half and the hour. It's kind of fun. You can set it on the daily trigger too. If you're like, I'm a really busy man, Cap, I can't even eat sausage wrapped pancakes with blueberries from Jimmy Dean. You could probably set an alert on the daily trigger on your favorite ticker too. Joe loves that fucking. Hold on here. If you're the kind of guy that's too busy to eat breakfast in the morning, if you ain't got no time, you just eat pancakes on a stick. Don't kick me out. Don't fucking kick me out. Send me up one more, a little bit more. Give me one more ping. Time is it right now? Nope. Give me one more ping. Don't roll yet. There you go. Get up there. Get up there, you motherfucker. You fucking know you're going back up there. I don't want to hear this bullshit from you. Get your ass up there. Get the fuck on up there. Don't even think about it. There you go. Go where I fucking told you to go. All right, so give me 10 more cents. Just our $1.40. There you go. There, $1.43. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fighting for a fucking penny over here. Get your goddamn right. Dude, I'm going to come back in at 1 and buy your ass again, too, so don't even worry about it. You don't have to care about it. There you go. Get up there. Oh. 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 You feel that with me? Ooh. Always like buying the HG. Now let's see if they can send this shit packing. We can grab it one more time at 1 or 12ish. They might break back higher and get back in line up here. Now note that you don't want to be in a long trade in this zone here. You would want to see a new high and then buy the dip right here. Okay. So you don't mess with this. This is where FOMOers live and die. There is this up here. So right here, I want to show you this right here. This is the highest low candle on a drop. Is the rule, I think. Highest low wick. Yeah, that's technically right here. Yeah, I guess that's correct. We don't need that one. We just need to break above that one. Now, if we can get above this one right here. There will be a trade higher, but we're not there yet. Just don't live in that shit. If it reverses, you don't want to get caught in it. If this rejects right here, we'll take this the sell side of it to the downside. If it does not reject, we'll get the long side. If we can come up here, we'll take the long side of the upside. Yeah, exactly, Joey. God, it's too easy. This market's too easy. It's so easy right now. Oh, there we go. Now watch this tick right here. See this little tick right here? You want to see, that's, let's take it here. You just want to see that high tick. That's it. Watch, we haven't gotten it yet. Watch closely. We'll get rid of that so you can watch it. Watch that tick right there. 60102. These are all fucking algorithms in here. Little fuckers.
Advance toward interim trade deal after 4 days of discussions. India-US aim to sign first tranche of trade pact by the
Watch out for a squeeze. India-US just signed a trade deal. Or they're about to sign. US-India agreed a trade deal. Got the high tick here. That's bullish. It removes this right here. Now you're looking for this trade right here. U.S.-India agreed on trade deal. A couple things, more notes here. I'm going to review some more stuff that I normally do early in the morning. We're going to review some news and stuff and economic calendar. So today, you saw a quick hit and run on bill auctions this morning. Today is June 10th. And we've got for the rest of today. Oh, my. What did I do wrong here? I thought I said we had. What's going on here? Did they already get rid of those? We had the 11:30. We had the 52-week bill auction at 1 p.m. We get the 3-year note auction, and just as a note here too, the 3 and 6 years. Just as a heads up here for 1 p.m. We were trading the 3 and 6 month auctions for the initial tariffs. This was like Trump early presidency, but then now we're looking at the 3 year and 6-year auctions for two reasons. One, for tariffs, but number two, also because of the what do you call it rate? The hold on here. The federal funds rate follows. Let me show you this really quick. No, wrong one. But the 3-year or the 6-year follows
Steel report
the Fed rate, Fed interest rates. Right now, they're saying we're not going to get any cuts, so we should get a pretty good bid on that 3-year note here today at 1 p.m. That's it for news today. Tomorrow in the morning, we get the inflation reads at 8:30 a.m. Core inflation rate month over month and year over year. We also get the inflation rate month over month and the inflation rate year over year. We also get CPI tomorrow for May, and that's both of those are at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Now there are a lot of people saying the inflation rate and CPI should be like the bad, but you guys have already seen where I showed you we should trade today the 602, and then maybe blast down for a little bit of unrealized vol in the morning for both of those reports. So just be aware. Those are some big reports this week. Also on Thursday, we get PPI. And then on Friday, we get Michigan consumer sentiment. We know that consumer sentiment has been coming back into line with hard data. Some people are arguing that once they come back in line, they'll fall together. But we're not there yet for that either. It takes a couple months of that data. And that's all we've got on Stack right now. Blind Nest Owl coming out and saying India and the U.S. advanced towards an interim trade deal after 4-day talks. India and the U.S. aim to sign the first tranche of the trade pact by fall of 2025. So just be aware of that. We're starting to squeeze higher now. Watch my fucking arrow up here. You also want to be paying attention to this 12 o'clock. Note, too, that if you look at where the algorithms come in, 12 o'clock, 1 p.m., we start cranking up into 1 p.m. So we might get this nice, beautiful run higher here in a few moments. Looks also like there was some bullshit over here to get long for that algorithmic trade between 12 and 1 p.m. to the upside. So if you want to stay long up here, I understand. You'll be looking for the next one, like kind of like pump down here, and then a move somewhere over here, maybe right there to begin. What else? Me aping into a tranche. Jesus Christ, 600 C's now trading $1.71. They were going for as low as like $1.05 earlier down below. 0 dates. Dirt cheap calls, baby. Absolutely fucking dirt cheap. If you can catch in here, maybe there might be a nice little dip down here for you. You might be able to catch these like little gray lines right here. Might have a nice little dip buy for you. So we can go higher. I do think that this 3-year is going to be positive, to be honest with you. PTCT, let's take a look at it. PTCT? Isn't this something I've talked about a long time ago? PTCT? When was the last time I talked about them? Hasn't it been a while since I've talked about PTCT? Hold on. I think they look fine. Oh, they just squeezed. Yeah, they look great. They just squeezed. They look fucking great. You want a new entry? 4387. I don't think you'll get down there though. You guys watching this right now? Read inside the Discord. Do you see the guys? Do you see the people in here with like anyone with like a red like Condor LVL or Winky Face? See Winky Face chatting in the Discord right now? He's got an orange moniker. We got to make Condor in 45. Hold on a second. Like Winky, you see how his name is orange?
It's about 3 minutes to go until we get the EA steer report.
Okay, they got a little cap face. Got it. Okay, so I got it. I didn't know that. I think I knew it, but I forgot it. Yeah, trust him too. Trust that dirtbag too. Give him a trusted thing too. Note we do have a bull plane forming on the 1 in 5 minute trigger here. Oh, he's already orange. Oh, your guy gotcha.
Surely expecting the EA steer report.
Poke the juice box. I gotta give him a hug. I love you, Poke. Oh my god. We're so bad. Hip it, baby. Get it up there. We're such degenerates. 600C now trading $1.81.
It's keeping on the S&P 500.
Oh!
Seeing a little towards the upside. No headline to back the headline. Steel report is out now. So EIA lowers 2026 US crude output forecast to 13.37 million barrels per day.
Oh my God!
US dry gas output forecast to 106.38 BCF a day.
Oh, oh God! Oh, big green balls! Who says you can't make money? Oh God! Oh, trading 601.73, back on trend right here. Oh God!
So US oil production to average 13.
Oh, on our way to 602.72 right now.
56 million barrels per day in May to average 13.46 million barrels per day in July, according to EIA. Natural gas production to average 116.2.
Get out of those 602s. They're not going to print them into the day.
116 BCF a day in May to average 100.
Take the money and fucking run.
4 BCF a day in July.
On a pullback, jump back in if you need to renegotiate the trade.
2025 and 2025 output seen at 105.
600C is printing like 2 and change right now.
For of 104.9 BCF.
Baby, I really love trade.
106. Prior was one.
Right, talking monkey?
4 BCF a day. US oil demand, EIA sees it for this year of 20.4 million barrels per day versus prior forecast of 20.5 million barrels per day.
Sorry, Dangler.
Next year demand of 20.4 million barrels per day.
Apologize.
Prior of 20.4 million barrels per day.
B-Moan is like, I got neighbors, bro.
See world oil output of 104.4 million barrels per day versus prior forecast of 104.1 million barrels per day, and sees next year output of 105.1 million barrels per day compared to the prior of 105.4 million barrels per day. And they see oil demand of for this year of 103.5 million barrels per day versus prior forecast of 103.7 million barrels per day. Sees next year demand of 104.6 million barrels per day, unchanged from the prior. It's some WTI price averaging $62.33 a barrel.
Still got some nice little dip buys over here for you guys.
$1.81 a barrel. 2026 forecast of $55.58 a barrel versus prior forecast prior of $55.24 a barrel. And they see 2025 Brent price average of $65.97 a barrel versus prior forecast of $65.85.
Excuse me.
For next year, the forecast of $59.24 a barrel, unchanged from the prior.
We have Canadian wildfires. Oh my God. Like, we got smoke outside. We've had outside for like a week. It's been disgusting. Blah. Okay, so we've got the news down, right? The next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna read some stuff. We're gonna do what Winky tells me. Nobody's reading none of that.
Just, looking back to the other bits of news now. So, U.S. Northern Command said 700 Marines have arrived in the LA area. Senator Hawley talked to Trump today and agreed that tips and overtime are key to the bill. And Trump agreed that no cuts to Medicare should be in the bill.
Hold on here. So we're going to move into our next segment called Ain't Nobody Gonna Read None of That. Yeah, where I live, I got the air quality advisory. We've got like a thick smoke here for at least like 12 to 18 hours a day right now. We're moving into the Ain't Nobody Got No Time to Read That segment. So what I'll do is I'll read it to you, okay? Nomura's McGilligot, as I've been saying for a while now. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might have missed some of it. As I've been saying for a while now. However, there's already been a greater risk of a right tail equities move at this juncture because nobody owned it for the vast majority of the first 2 months post-Liberation Day, with so much embedded macro bear economic skepticism. Hence,
Just summarize then from the report from the EIA, US projects crude output to fall in 2026, the first drop since 2021.
Hence weak exposure, low nets, long skew downside hedges, and or with underlying parked and defensives like low beta, min vol, and large size, which then grossly undercaptured the V-shaped stock recovery. As we saw the administration taco and all while U.S. nominal GDP stays high, which is the world corporate earnings operate within. So now, a right tail thread the needle macroeconomic outcome holds real delta. Do you know what that means? I can explain it to you if you need me to. They're saying that they're expecting some big left tail leftovers, and there were some right tail problems, and they've both lessened. No one had exposure, so the market has moved higher.
We have posted out the EISD report for June 2025 on the
Dr. Gone, what up, brother? Thanks for resubbing. I appreciate it. So now a right tail thread the needle macroeconomic outcome holds real delta, and a market position for macro bear is instead seeing breadth increasing within 2% of all-time highs in SPX. What the fuck did I tell you in the Sunday brief? What did I say would be the news this week? What did I tell you on Twitter on Sunday? I said, don't worry, they're going to bring up breadth this week. And here we go, the big boys from the street. One of the biggest, baddest motherfuckers from the street. So now the right tail thread the needle macroeconomic outcome holds real delta, and a market position for macro bear is instead seeing breadth increasing within 2% of all-time highs in SPX. As previously unloved parts of the market are now loved. You showed that I showed you a chart that I posted for you talking about 3 different indexes, right? And one of them, by the way, PCT or PTCT, love it.
In positive territory, S&P 500 up 0.3%, Nasdaq up 0.3%, and Dow up 0.1%.
I've shown you this chart a few times. And what I want you to do when you're at home, if you can, look at that fucking breakout. Look at that beast-ass breakout. So what I want you to do at home, if you can, if you want to see the...
Trump is speaking live in the Oval Office. We'll get a video out for you.
God damn it. All right, I don't want to listen to fucking Trump. Do I have to listen to him? Well, maybe he's going to pump. I want you to look on a chart at home. I want you to put on a chart. Compare on a chart. Bitcoin, US dollar. IXG. That's financials together. And then XBD. Now, what I really want you to watch is XBD. And I want you to snap a line on the top line of XBD back on February
Let's talk
18th.
about wildfires.
Snap a horizontal line. If you begin to see
video for him though,
new highs on XBD, that means you're seeing breadth begin to join. I'll show you right here. And this is McGilligot speaking. Do you see this candlestick chart right here? See this candlestick chart? XBD making another breadth run higher. Now it is not made just yet a breakout move, but it is breaking above its February 18th. And what that means is that the rest of the market is joining in on the rally. The rest of the market is being bought. That could also be expressed in what? IWM, right? IWM, potential to squeeze. You probably heard that recently. Going back to what McGilligot has to say. By the way, I like McGilligot. I think he's a kick-ass trader, so I'm not really shitting on him. And something else to ponder. Notionally speaking, and by order of magnitude, the single most consequential flow from Trump trade policy shocks is the perverse dynamic where said, quote, corporate uncertainty, end quote, perceived as a spending and investment downside catalyst. What is he talking about? He's talking about the mix going on with tariffs, debt ceiling, deficit, and taxes. And then also in the background, the Fed and the Treasury, and Bessent has been doing QE light in the background. So you got Bessent hiding in the background. And he's like, oh, a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this. If we can get a little bit from the Fed, we can do whatever we want to do with the administration. And the Fed at this point is not budging. But we also know that Bessent meets and has breakfast every week with who? Jerome Powell. So Jerome is aware of all of this. And that is where some of the bears out there are saying, hey, you will get a visit from the gray suits if you don't do the right blend or mix of all of this stuff.
Is where he's, well, that's the only TV that we can see that's showing him live at the moment.
Perceived as spending, so this is where said, quote, end quote, corporate uncertainty, perceived as spending and investment downside catalyst, has instead led to an equities bullish flow via massive share repurchase authorizations, which absolutely tilts flow with demand greater than supply. Tilts demand greater than supply, literally shrinking the float versus latent passive VWAP bid while simultaneously acting as a realized vol killer, with buybacks tending to be most active into pullbacks, weakness, and acting as shock absorbers or synthetic long gamma when spot tries to sell off. So now here we are, and we've rallied up into that location where dealers are actually short index calls from recent right tail hedgers in equities. And that call skew I've been noting in Mag 7 AI options, but also the catch-up spots like high beta, Russell, IWM, and Bitcoin. This short upside gamma for dealers could then act as an accelerant flow, which pushes the market higher, feeding prevailing momentum. So when you're looking at that AMD trade down there that I showed you this morning, and I'm talking to you about a potential squeeze, it is viable. Now, it only lasts. Now, we know that dealers are sellers, and we also know that CTAs want to sell into strength on highs. But we also know that what can happen? Dealers can chase, right? If you get rampant buying, we start squeezing, everybody piles in. It's the same idea on a downside move, right? When we capitulate to the downside, it's like a big-ass bloodbath, right? Everybody's chasing them down, right? Oh, my God, I got to sell Tesla right now. Oh my God, Cap, I shouldn't be buying Tesla down here. Oh my God, everybody's risk off. The same thing on a squeeze. Oh my God, I gotta get to the top with everybody else. Fear of missing out. Coupled with buybacks, corporate buybacks, dealers chasing, retail FOMO, and you're setting up some kind of a squeeze. Where? Put your thinking cap on. Vixpiration. If there was a squeeze to be had, when would it likely take place? Where is the window for a squeeze? Likely pre-Vixpiration. If we don't get the squeeze and we get into Vixpiration and QuapX and the doom and gloom from rolling hedges on quarterly rolls at the end of the month, when would be your next opportunity to get that squeeze? Likely after the roll, right? So you have two opportunities. First one is now into Vixpiration and Jerome Powell. And fears of Powell easing. Even if he doesn't cut, he might ease language. Something else noteworthy here. If you know that Bessent and Powell meets every week, what the fuck has Powell said at every fucking rate decision for the past few months? Until there's more clarity in tariffs. And what are we getting right now? A little bit more clarity, right? A little bit more clarity. So there is danger heading into this Powell meeting, isn't there? Of at least a tonal shift. Things are coming along. Looks like the administration, policy, White House, coming along. We're getting some deals done, even if they're bullshit for now. India's got a deal for what? October or something? They don't even have a permanent deal right now, do they? So read that Nomura McGalligot note inside the Discord in the main chat. I'll read it for you. That's filed under shit. Anybody got time to read? That's filed under ain't nobody got time for that. The next ain't nobody got time for that. Is from Goldman's Pravorsky. Now this fucking guy, he wants to get bared the fuck up on June 18th. Right around June 18th, somewhere in there. I don't forget his notes. I watch this motherfucker like a hawk. He's a fucking bear too underneath the covers. And that guy is saying that he wants to be a bear on the 18th. He hasn't said that for a while, but he said it like a month or two ago. I watched that motherfucker like a hawk. Why is he saying that? Because it falls on Vixpiration. He starts getting bearish as we hit Vixpiration and the 20th, which is what? QuapX. Today, Goldman's Pravorsky comes out and he says, the market feels dull. Summer is here. What? Before I read anything else, what do you do in a dull market? What don't you do in a dull market? Goldman's Pravorsky coming out and saying the market feels dull. Summer is here. Volatility has been in free fall. 1 trillion of S&P 500 buybacks plus strong retail buying. In the absence of negative shocks, the S&P 500 multiple tends to expand. Volatility control equals slow grind bid as realized volatility keeps compressing. Discretionary nets now higher.
Speaking at the moment now.
Unclear if they'll break Feb highs. Risk lies in upcoming numbers guidance. upside still comes with AI tech breakout. Short-term churn on positions gross could cause headaches in an illiquid summer tape. He's watching the NFIB and what? The 3-year auction. Why is he watching the 3-year auction? Because it follows what? The actual real rates. We have that auction coming up today at 1 p.m. It's 12:22 right now. If you ever put the Fed funds, or not real, but the effective, I misspoke there. If you ever overlay the effective Fed funds rate over the 3-year, show me what you see. It tracks in real time, basically, the Fed and how hawkish and bullish they are. That's Goldman's Pravorsky. $45 forever is showing the call chain and deltas for SPX for the next 5 sessions. Take a look at that. Whew. Those fuckers are juicy. God damn. We're also going to look at gamma. Now, if you want to know who I use Gamma Labs. I like Gamma Labs, number one, because the guy is hella smart. He is a licensed guy, and he doesn't mix words. He doesn't try to fucking read tea leaves. He gives you as it is and simplifies gamma. And I like simplified gamma. I've gotten burned too many fucking times with someone selling book or someone selling tea leaves and shit that doesn't work. I just want to know where the gamma is in real time and net and a bunch of other information. This guy doesn't pay me a goddamn dollar. I don't know him. Well, I know him. I've chatted with him. But I don't know him. Like, I don't have any deals with him. I don't get paid by this guy or nothing. But let's take a look at some of this guy's charts. This is spot gamma. Nope, put that over there. Nope. Put this down here. Put that down there. Yeah, put that down there. Very smart trader. And the first thing we're going to look at here is net gamma. We're going to get a little bit of a gamma update here. We can see right now that the call wall is at 6,100. But we can also see something else that's fascinating. This is 6050, right? This is 6,000. We know if we stay above 6,000, right? Whoop. 6050 is easy, right? 6075 is easy, even if we fail 6,000, right? We also know that all we have to do is hold 5905. That's a key place. Gamma flip is 5880.
Official says US China talks are ongoing.
If we can trade up here, right? Right. Rip. And even if we sell here, that could trigger call buying higher. Whoop. Whoop. Right? And this is what? 6150 and 6200. Let me draw this out for you right now and take a snip of this at home. Okay, watch this closely here. 6050, right? 6075, right? Whoop. Right? Fail that one right there. Whammo. Slap that 5900 and then what? Whoop. Up here. Bammo. Bammo. And then all the way down, right? Does that make sense? Do you guys see that? So we want to be paying attention to 6100, maybe a failure of it. And in that failure of 6100, we then get what? Call buying, right? We instigate call buying and positivity at 6150 and 6200. We initially fail once people stop buying those calls. Then we super ramp up there for a second run higher. So on deck is 6100 and, believe it or not, at some point 6200. Let's take a look at a few other things here. Net gamma, 1 dates. Where is the magnet for today? 6050 for 1 dates. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! What else do we have going on here? Open interest. Volume on 2 dates. Let's look at that. Volume on 2 dates, 6020, 6040. And what are these guys doing over here? 6,000 puts.
Protest.
Look at this. Look at this put gamma. Still have people that don't fucking believe we can go up again. Look at this. Look, amazing, right? Still able to sell puts. Puts still at bid right now. Next thing we want to be taking a look at here is going to be what else? No, none of that. No time series, no VIX. How about SPX? At this money volatility expectations. And color me surprised. Look at this. Volatility is high and looking to sell down over the next 2 to 8 sessions. Today's Tuesday, right? We got 4 more sessions left. That goes right here. And then check this out. So vol is expected to drop after tomorrow's reports into the next 4 sessions. That's Friday, and this is Monday. And I've already shown you the gap up into Friday and Monday on this show, haven't I? Next thing we want to be looking at here is systematic positioning. CTA positioning, S&P 500, still cranking. Still cranking right now. We also have vol control positioning. And look at that. They're buying fucking dips. Where's the S&P 500 going right now? Trade 601.93. COT positioning, asset managers net long short right now. They're not really believers just yet. They're selling. You can't see it here, but they're selling, but they haven't lost support yet. So they could be triggered into becoming buyers. Keep an eye on 800.984. If that holds, asset managers net could be turned into buyers as well. They look more like they're hammering out some kind of a bottom. So gamma is what? Turning into supportive here. Huh. Who would have thunk it? Let's take a look at that trigger screen again on an hourly time frame and see what's going on. My God, look at it. Then we're talking about is squeeze up type potential, and we got volatility maxing out here And then volatility theoretically dying on no bad prints. And what do we got over here? 610, Wednesday the 18th, and Friday, Monday, a print of 605. Fail 610 and rain down and trade at least 59.05, maybe even deeper. So let's look at this right here. So if you're looking for doom, whoop, if we hold 590 into Vixpiration OPEX, QUAPEX, July, we stay in positive gamma, we would know that we would get what? Continuation in July. We don't know that yet, though, do we? Let's go look at some other stuff. In particular, let's look at the collar. And why do I bring the collar up to you now? I want to show you why. Right here in particular. This is December of 2023. I don't know why that was moved over, but I'm going to give you some different things to consider here. This here is the top strike of the collar in 23. We did not hold down on end of quarter to the lower strike, did we? There's a window for it, but what did we do? We ran up into the top strike of the following quarter.
OPEC is very concerned by IEA flip-flop.
Voice news disconnected.
What's important about this? We held the daily trigger. Now there are some out there that say, no, 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 no. Even if we pop the collar, we're going to go down here. But we only went down there and we lost the daily trigger. There are others that will tell you that we can smash back into or be sucked back into the collar. Where? In here. On Vixpiration. Now here's the 13th, where the ability to get sucked back down starts, but we have some firm places, don't we? This is this is Friday, but next week, and then Vixpiration and end of month. Watch this daily trigger here. If this daily trigger is able to hold or even flatten, no matter what this is, even if we get sucked back down, if we hold 5,900 through next week, Vixpiration, end of a quarter, and even the first week of July, that tells you what? We would start to target in July the top strike of the new collar. So if you wanted a takeaway here for the JPM collar, when that comes out for the next quarter, you're going to be looking at the top strike and the bottom strike. You're also going to be looking for where price is. You're also going to be looking for what else? Some kind of a check back on the daily trigger between the last 2 weeks of June and the first week of July. If that back test of the daily trigger holds, you're going to be able to go out there in public and say what? Fuck that. We're going to trade up to the top strike of the JPM collar in the month of July. If we lose the daily trigger at any point in the next 2 weeks or the week after into July, if we lose it, you can then start being like, nope, we're going to go back down and we're going to magnet that top strike on the popped collar before we get to the end of the quarter. Or, nope, we're going to go down and we're going to hit the next strike down on the next quarter's JPM collar. So if you believe or don't believe in the tea leaves of the JPM collar, you want me to share this with you? You should build your own. Go back and put the strikes for every quarter and use it with the daily trigger. And the daily trigger will tell you where we magnet. We magnet up, down to any one of those strikes is all based on that daily trigger. Well, not based, but simplified for the crayon eaters out there. I fucking love it. I love winning. So much winning. Spoo's now trading higher to 602.02. Do you see the target now? $600C now trading $2.30. Yes, we have CPI tomorrow, but we also have, more importantly, the inflation report. Believe it or not, everybody's harping on CPI, but inflation is more important. Just think you can go on FinTwit and brag that you can call the JPM collar. You can literally be the JPM collar guy on FinTwit and just thrash people. Just knowing if we're above or below it heading into these monthly and quarterly OPEXs. You can literally predict it. We just tagged, by the way, 601.91. Looking to trade 602.72. Now I know why people get pissed when I'm not on stream. Fuck with their money box. That's right, Cybe Surfer. You got it, brother. I read your commentary just then. Yeah, CPI and PPI is going to tell exactly. But CPI and PPI is going to tell you about that stuff in advance. Or CPI is going to impart information about PPI, and then PPI and CPI together. How do I feel about VIX calls at this level? Let me take a look. I think I like 1-230. Might be able to get some VIX calls for our futures. You mean VIX futures? I like the idea of futures. Take a look at VIX real quick. Dude, VIX is looking to get murdered. VIX is looking to still get shanked. VIX 9-day definitely going to be trading $12. Yeah. Agreed. Filling what? You want to fill the 9-day at $17? I think you fill first 1437, and then you go up and fill 17, and then we go down. That's VIX 9-day. Could also do a spot up VIX up too. If you want to get like VIX futures like in and out, you could probably do that at some point. I'll do it right now. I gotcha, S Hopewell. You might like. I would do futures, and I would wait just a minute. Wait for like this, and then maybe like run it into the overnight. Get rid of it by like 4 a.m. when the U.S. market shows up. You could run it overnight. I just posted the shovel to fin twit. Oh, I like that too. Maybe wait until after. After AH is done. What do you mean? Like they run them out? Like they either run them out in AH and then fucking blast it down in the middle of the night. They did that shit last night. Last night was fucking crazy. They really fucked people last night, or they fucked people in cash market. Like dealers are fucking doing everything they possibly can to fuck as many people as possible. They're pulling out like no stops right now. I agree, 45. Yeah, they're pulling out every goddamn stop, bro. Spoo's now trying to break up into the right. Just note, remember what I say to you guys. I say this every fucking day. I'm going to say it to you right now. Listen to me closely here. I'm going to go up here, right? You know what they're going to do to you, right? They'll fake you out a bunch, drag you, suck you into the close. A nice, beautiful target up there, 602.72. They got the T's of 6050 on SPX. Over here, right? They get close to printing it, but they don't. Trading 6028.55 right now. We could reject it. We could hit it and pin it. $6050, right? Reject it, pin it, or you just sit on it and roll slowly into the close. We could actually smash above it and then roll to the downside. I'm assuming 602.72 is that target. Just note there's two more targets up here. PT1, PT2, PT3. $45 forever saying ugly red, like tease you in here. And then what they're going to do is you're not going to reach that target, that's 605. Fake your ass out here. Fake you out, red it, and then Shrek cock up into the close to hit it. What up, Bird Dave? XHB. I like XHB a lot. Love it. I love it for the trade. I like it for the failure. Back test and then higher. I do like the trade overall. I like home builders in general right now. Have liked them for some time. I haven't talked about them on the show, but I do like them. Do you want me to chart them out for you, maybe? There's not much charting that needs done on these, is there? Here's your 1. Here's your 2, theoretically. There's your 3. Woo. 4 and 5. Price target 120. 118, 120. You're also going to swoop back down, though, and trade 87. In the fall, you'll trade 88.50. That's XHB. Fuck yeah, we'll get. Yeah, hell yeah. Dude, we'll have dinner. Price target 120. Let me just check that really quick. 118. End of year 118, 120, possible even higher. There's potential to go higher on it. I would like lower my expectations and beat them. Let me just check the next one. What's the next one here? XLV. That's like silver. I didn't say anything about silver. I love healthcare too, man. I love healthcare right now. Love it. I love both. I love both. I have not been. All right. I will. Hold on. August 25th. I'll make a reservation now. I'll make it for like 8:30, 9 o'clock. XLV. So one of our members, Bird Dave, brought up two ETFs. He brought up XLV, which is the healthcare ETF, and then XHB, Home Builders ETF. I've got some notes on it. I'll put it in tonight's brief. I do have notes on the accumulation of both of those ETFs. I failed to do three things. I haven't talked to you guys about the home builders, healthcare, and I never talked to you about silver, and I knew about it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I'll talk more about silver, healthcare, and I'll show you the data on both and home builders. I'll add those to tonight's brief. Silver's a little past its prime right now, and actually gold is putting in a top. If you don't know that already, I'll talk about gold too. We do cover gold and silver, but we're close. Silver's almost caught up at this point. And that's actually good news for, do you guys understand some of this stuff? Like gold should start topping soon because we're beginning to have trade deals. Gold will pull off until those trade deals expire. We have India, some kind of a trade deal being put together right now, plus hopes of a trade deal with China, even if it's only for 6 months. You would see like silver catch up, gold begin to roll until those fail again. We have more trade problems. SPOO's right now trying to make new highs, trading 602.23. Target for me is 602.72. Keep an eye on both of those indexes. That's my fault. I feel like I thought maybe it was sending people in too many different directions. I was like, if I start covering silver and I'm covering fucking healthcare and home builders, I'm like, going to have people scattering everywhere. That is my fault. I take responsibility for that. But yes, I agree with you 100%. Those are all kick-ass trades. Yeah, I like that, Bird Dave. I like both of those trades. Trading 602.26 right now. If you've been with us all day long, I charted this out for you at 9:30 this morning. Also posted, I like buying the hourly trigger if you're able to get down there and buy that hourly trigger with me. We told you exactly where we're going up here. We're getting pretty goddamn close here. Note that one of our trusted members, 45 Forever, says that he expects a failure up here into the bell and then a green Shrek cock near close to finally get close enough to that 6050. Sooner than the prints tomorrow morning for inflation. And the consumer price index. Bird Dave saying he prefers synthetic longs, i.e., long, far dated calls. Og here talking about Cure if you're looking at leveraged ETFs to express that trade. Remember to use market weakness to enter. Does anybody in the Discord want to cover the the Filipino coconut market next? Thank you for letting us the planned group saying that Trump is scheduled to speak at 4 p.m. today. What effect will U.S. troops have in killing U.S. citizens on U.S. soil? Historically, zero. It is a time-honored American tradition to protest, riot, and sometimes have soldiers kill American citizens. Part of the American experience, and no, it does not impact the stock market historically. Sorry to say that, but no impact. If anyone's telling you that it does, they're out of their fucking minds. What up, Sneaky CDN? You might get another chance in the day, brother. Oh, we're getting the P. Diddy effect here. We're using P. Diddy, the P. Diddy rating for the Filipino coconut market. Well, did you guys see the maps that I showed on Twitter this morning? It's like the smallest section of LA. It's like fucking that big. And they're actually in the place where you burn LA to the ground. I'm like, oh, I know that area. I'm like, I actually know that part of LA. It's like that part of LA can definitely use some. If you're gonna like riot and protest, it's kind of the place to do it. Let's talk about that though. We can talk about that briefly if you want. No politics involved. Just listen closely on protesting, rioting, and things like that. So there's a few things to keep in mind here. There are a few things to just consider. One, not percentage of population, but just pure numbers, number of people. Protesting and rioting and things like that right now, it can seem larger than it is. Second, LA, the LA market right now and consumer, if you look around the country at how well consumers are, how well off they are, just pure numbers, there are people in that area. There's enough people that are not doing well that you can see the inflammation and anger of those people. Second thing was that we're not seeing that across the U.S. right now. So if you're looking for that to ignite in other places, normally you need some more accelerants. During COVID, you had people out of work, out of school. People were also getting paid to not work, right? So there's an ability to protest. Now, there is some ability with kids being out of school for the summertime. So there can be larger protests and things like that. But you really want people to be worse off. And the data does not suggest that they are just yet. So theoretically, you'd want people out of work, and honestly, not being paid would make it even worse. That's why when you saw during COVID, the protesting became larger and spread around the country. There was the ability to do that, right? That's not really the case everywhere right now in the U.S. So you may see pockets of that, but it shouldn't be as big as you think it is. So the last part of this, to wrap that up, is you also have to remember that you have a microscope on a very small area in the country, but it's being purported as being larger than it is. That's our news media trying to what? Instigate, right? And even with Trump, you're watching him and other pundits comment on this or even take action on this because they're likely watching the fucking news, and it's not really truly representative of what's going on. The last part that I'd bring up with this is I'm not going to bring the last part up, but I did look back on the riots in LA the last time, the big one, right? And it only lasted 3 days before it was quelled. At the time, it seemed, and it was actually large in LA at that time. It engulfed most of LA, or not most, but large swaths of LA. This time is not the same as that time. And also, you would need something bigger. You would need something I want to talk about on the stream. So rioting, protesting, that kind of stuff, likely not going to affect the stock market. As a matter of fact, the stock market in the 90s riots stayed on trend through the entire thing. So it would need to grow into something larger: terrorist attack, mass casualties, something horrible and terrible. Nobody wants that. Well, I don't even know if it's just agent provocateurs or anarchists. There's a couple things. If you want me to make any commentary on this, if you are protesting, you should wear an American flag. I do believe in that. The second part of this is there could also be, if I was a cartel, I would likely try to fund some of that right now because of where we are with if you're trying to transport illegal immigrants into the United States, illegal immigrants are afraid to come to the United States right now, rightfully so. They should be afraid because of the actions that are going on. We're seeing smaller amounts of illegal immigrants cross into the United States, and that costs coyotes that bring these immigrants across, and the agreements between employing these people in the United States, right? You know that happens between, if you're like a farmer and shit, the mafia that brings these people in to do the work in the sweatshops and stuff like that. And then we also have some kind of a war going on at the border with Mexican cartels. So there could also be some unintended inflammation. That doesn't mean that the protest is not valid, but you can also get nefarious actors in the background. You know what I mean by that? Like, hey, I don't like this, or I think it's a coup, right? But then some of the issues are amplified in other ways to send a message. Some of it is maybe a message from, I think Jokes called it agent provocateurs. That's big right now, right? We see that in state and corporate influence on social media, right? You see other states trying to influence, and all of us hate each other, right? They don't care if Bob hates, they just want Bob to hate Mike hating Bob. It's not like, hey, we want Mike to win or Bob to win. We want both sides fighting. In any way to accelerate that, people will do that, right? So there are bad actors even within a good thing. So just be aware of that, I guess, when it comes to this stuff, and especially today. Think about when you don't have the ability to change public opinion, or the cheapest way to change public opinion is sometimes the ways that they're happening today, right? You even see it in Ukraine, right? Ukraine's using drones to take out an air force, right? A cheap way to knock a guy down. I'm not for Russia, by the way, but you see that guerrilla type tactics, and you might see some of that even right now at these protests. If I was Mexican mafia, I would certainly, they bury cash and let it gets moldy in the ground, right? If I was angry about immigration and illegal immigration in the United States, if I was angry about the quote unquote war against drugs, I would most certainly attempt to influence any protesting, right? Hey, you want some money? You want some flags? You want this? You want to start burning some shit? If I've got drug runners in LA and California, I'd put them to work to try to inflame what's valid, right, for a lot of people, which is to protest. So just be wary when you're out there and what you're doing and what you're seeing. And some of it is optics to send a message to certain people, right? You see Trump trying to send messages to you and I and people that disagree with him, right? We're going to send in thousands of troops. And then you see messages on the screen of people like waving flags and burning cars and taking over Waymo and Tesla trucks and stuff like that. Those are definitely messages being cast back and forth. And then, of course, I call that bread and circus, right? As a whole, it's bread and circus. And we as watchers and consumers of all of that, it's meant for what? A reaction out of you and I. And that's what it's getting, right? If you disagree or agree with this stuff, vote. Please vote. Please vote. If you want to protest. Do your civic duty. And however you feel about that stuff. I don't care if you're for, against, or whatever. You vote, and if you want to protest, you protest. As far as what you consume on the news and stuff like that, just note in yourself that there are messages for you to consume and get angry about, happy about, ecstatic about, and then also to fight with your fellow American about. I'll leave it there. No more talking about that stuff. Okay? I didn't say it was protesters instigating stuff. I didn't say it. We're not here to argue. I'll turn off the chat if I have to. Just listen to me closely. Don't hear what you want to hear. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I said to you, there's people that protest, and there's agent provocateurs, right? There always is, no matter what side it is. Think about who's doing it, what the messaging is, and then the infighting back and forth. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask most of you out there, if you're commenting right now, do you live in LA? Do you live in that section of LA? I'm going to bet you don't. I lived in LA. Spent a lot of time in LA. In that area of LA, I'm sure none of you live in. Most of you don't. So, be careful about not be careful, but just, do what you can do where you live is my point. Cool. And in your real life too. Be that person, be a good person in life. That's what it takes. If you want change, that's what it takes. Truly. Go, and no matter what your beliefs are, I don't really care what your beliefs are. Beliefs, this, that. I don't care if you believe the Earth is flat. Whatever that may be, do it the right way. Back to the Diddy trade. All right, we're gonna leave that behind. I don't want to talk about it here. It's not the right place. If you do have emotions or feelings or thoughts on that stuff, there's plenty of other outlets for it. There's channels everywhere on Twitch and YouTube. There's Reddit. There's Truth Social. There's Twitter. This isn't the place for it. If it impacts the market at any point, I will go back and address it again. And I understand that it's on a lot of your minds right now. I get it. I understand. We're here to make money, right? As a matter of fact, if you are one way or the other, you can make money here and donate to any cause you want and fund whatever thoughts and theses that you have by making your money in the market. Vote, please. I'm begging you, especially if you're young. Please vote. I know you don't think it counts, but it does. It really fucking does. Run for office. And I don't care what your politics are. Like, do your civil service. Do it. Trading 602.45 right now. Yeah, you can even be both ways. 100%. 100% God, it's like I feel like I'm in Rome, you know? We're all sitting in the Coliseum. We all want to fucking murder each other. All I want to do is make fucking money and like make a difference in the world. You know, be a good person, all that kind of shit. Are we taking a trade at the bell? It matters. Price matters on this. Let's take a look at this really quick. Trigger screen. So we got a trade here, right? This trade is complete. I'm going to warn you guys right now, okay? Remember what I tell you guys about with these trades here. So we're squeezing up right now and hitting that target of 602.72. Just so you can see it right here. Top of trend right now. There's a couple places to look at. Looks kind of sloppy right now. Just so you can see here, okay? There's a tick right here. There's a tick right here, okay? We're coming into that tick right now. I want to show you that really quick. So this is PT1 602.72. This is my top. Okay. Now you might be thinking, hey, we're going to squeeze up here. I can't say no to you on that. I can't say no that you're not going to do that and then roll. I can't say that you're not going to reject right here. But I do think that FOMO lives in this zone here. You get what I'm saying? So you can let your runners run if you want. While we're up here, you can let your runners run if you want. I get that. I wouldn't be instigating a position here. Wouldn't be like, hey, I'm going to start getting long now. I wouldn't. And if anything, you're looking now to close out your longs, right, or take your money and run. And you're either looking to get short into the bell, or even if we pin this and trade sideways, you are waiting for the consolidation to end or the distribution to begin. You guys get what I'm saying? So do you guys understand? I realize that you are getting bullish now, but I think that was it. Okay, just like yesterday when I said that was the top, and then I was like, oh shit, we never hit it. Like yesterday, I forgot that we didn't hit like the actual top. So we did like one more stroke higher and then we left. I think this is it. So here's PT3, here's PT2 right here. Here's PT1, we hit it. Good job. Congratulations. Nice, easy trip higher. Even had a dip buy down here. I had a little box written down here earlier. I deleted it, but it was there. It said, I love buying the hourly trigger. Right? That was down here earlier today. We actually got that nice dip buy down here, and we took this trade all the way up to the top. Right? So if you're wondering if we're going to get another trade into the end of the day, one of our trusted members said to us, well, let me just show you this really quick. Main screen. Nope, wrong screen, bottom screen. One of our trusted members said, hey, Cap, maybe we do hit 6050 today. His point was look for some kind of a pullback and then some kind of a super ramp up into 605. Well, not 6050, a little bit lower. You know, just fail it right there. And then we'll get the down move tomorrow. So let's look at that as a potential trade. So if we're gonna exit here and let the FOMO gang do their thing, we're gonna look at 4 p.m. It's early in the day too, guys. We got these two PTs up here, right? PT2, PT3. And his point is, if I got this wrong, let me know. But his point is, let this blow off, green bar up, right? And then we sell down into that vol tomorrow. Okay? So we'll pay closer attention to this as the day moves forward. Starting to sell right now. Here's the 1 minute trigger. Here's the 5 minute trigger. Remember that we also have, I love buying the HT, right? We also want to see where did they buy. So you see this right here? They bought right here, right? Wick. Off and running. So we kind of know where the buyers are, right? Let's look at this wick right here. See it? See that wick right there? So this is what we'll do. We're going to look at about there. Remember this stuff down here being left? We're going to look as like a hey, like, let's check that out right there. We'll also look at this one right here. Just a marker, place of interest. And we're going to look at this one right here, where people are left behind, right? Right over there. What we'll do is go back to the main screen. Over there. And you see that half-hour trigger? That half-hour trigger will likely be right there, and that hourly trigger will likely be right about there. What we'll do is we'll just keep this in the back. Just keep this in the background over here. And let's see if we get some selling pressure. That was near a fucking pinstrike, wasn't it? You see that shit right there? Look at that. Let me show you that. Let me show you something. See that right there? See that motherfucker right there? You see that? You see that fucking sexiness right there? See how fucking beautiful that is? To the tick. And we'll watch this at the end of the day. PT2, PT3. PT3 is 603.91. PT2 is 603.36. We also have 605 lurking above here. I don't think we get that high. Rein it in a little bit, lower expectations. I'm going to take a quick break. It is now 1:20 in the afternoon. We may have, here's 1:30. It is possible that we could do, one more break higher or one more lower high. I'm going to map this out for you real quick. Maybe we do go higher, and if we do, we'll know that it's above that yellow box. That's the yellow box we need to get above to continue higher. And we'll look lower in case we fail with a lower high. We've got some places to look. We'll start right about there. A couple other places to look down here. Make that one yellow. And don't forget, we're still alive here. Still these boxes right here. If it was me, if I was you, I'd let the market cool down a little bit and look for a dip buy either later this afternoon or even the close today. Right on. going to take a quick 15-minute break. I'll be right back with you guys. Note that if you want the continuation to PT2 and 3, you want to see what? What do you want to see? You guys already know, right? You want to see this hold. You want to see the new high and a successful back test of the 1-minute trigger. And then you can trade that if you want. But we're not there yet. Just let it consolidate here or distribute. And I'll be right back with you guys. Put the news on too. Maybe that's where you get your 4 p.m. Trump will pump the end of the day.
Under consideration include a Kevin Walsh as well, or Kevin Walsh. So Kevin Walsh was a previous Fed governor during 2006 to 2011. Again, being considered as a potential next Fed chair as well, according to people familiar. JP Morgan CEO Diamond says there is a chance that real numbers will deteriorate soon. JP Morgan CEO Diamond says, I wouldn't be buying credit today if I were a fund manager.
Besant is considered a contender. bunch of fucking degenerates. You know the fucking bears are out here right now. Hold on, we put some music on for the fucking bears right now. Hold on here. You know they're out. You know they're in the stream right now, right? Fucking degenerates. Hold on here. Turn that off. Turn that off. Well, I should put some theme music on for him because you know these fucking guys. Genre. Do electronic. And then mood. We know what the mood is, right? Dark. There we go. Stupid fucking bulls up here. Goddamn stupid ass bulls. Trying to buy the top. Fucking stupid ass bulls. Got them up there. You know they were buying that. Crushed their dreams up there.
ECB Stenora says stable EU policy is drawing investors to the euro.
Hello everybody, this is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm gonna do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com.
What the fuck is this?
And save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. As big as my hand.
What the fuck is this?
Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that, Financial Juice? Back in trend now. This I want to show you this. Keep your eyes on this right here. See this one right here? Follow that line with me right there. That line is right here. Keep your eyes on this. Back in trend again. Wall Street lunchtime, boys. Girls, gals. Dude, that was ridiculous, right? I kind of found it funny. Huge deals. Biggest deal you've ever seen. Oh God, 45.
So the White House are just reporting that the Newswire report that we saw with Bessent being seen as a contender for the next Fed chair. Again, White House just releasing a statement saying that this report is false.
Hold on, I'll turn it off. I just got to crank it in the background. I'm just taking a break. I'm having some lunch here. Macro King Leroy Tactical goes this high ball dispersion. Fucking Mark can fuck right off. I'll be back here in another 8 minutes, so I'm going to get up and do just a quick workout here. Just watching some dispersion right now. Just cooling the market off here. I'm hoping we can get down here. Kind of like to see like at least this. A little bit more would be nice. I'd actually like to see that right there. Something like that'd be nice. I'm gonna get motivated. Let me go work out really quick.
Galan, we went to high school together. You remember? Algebra? We had algebra together. Oh, so you gonna beat my ass? We had algebra together, and that nigga failed twice. Why is that guy on his phone?
So seeing the S&P 500 pairing gains here quite rapidly. Just waiting to see if we see a headline. Doesn't seem to be any news catalyst here though.
Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah. Dude, coast to coast, baby. Coast to coast. SPX trading the half an hour trigger just now. Pin strike on the hourly trigger. Dude, that's twice today. Twice. Take the money and run. Take the money and run. Don't forget that we've got all this down here to clean up. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that. Oh, dude, it's too easy. Too easy. Take the money and run. You think we're going down more? We can get another break to go lower. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Told you earlier to get out of your long calls. I hope that you did. Woo! Yes. 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 Yeah. Yeah, yeah. God damn right. Rid of that. Smashing it up. No, I do not think we're in the same place. I do think we do get a little bit of, just a little bit of, fade or burn. So if you buy this here, try to get out up here, you know the drill, right? That was amazing. That was utterly fucking amazing. Let's take a quick look over here. Might be a little bit more down to go over here. Let's call it a hunch. God, beautiful. Nice fucking lunch, huh? There were people on Twitter earlier. There were people on Twitter earlier that were posting, "Get the fuck out of the market." Jim James said, "Get out of the market." This was like at the top. So much fun, LVR. I got the bear tunes playing in the background. The bear's all stoked up. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I still think we got more down to go though. We're not done. Watch this 6,000 down here. Hourly triggers heading up that way. Dude, this is this is the easiest fucking trade in like, God, I wish this market ran like this year round. The market would be broke. It really would. Fucking gorgeous. Fucking best fucking market right now. like the easiest fucking market of the year. Summer trade, baby. It's too easy. Too easy. Too fucking easy. It really is. Fuck, this market is too goddamn easy right now. It really fucking is. I mean, let's be honest. Like, this might be the fucking easiest market of the year. You guys are gonna be begging. You guys are gonna be begging for this kind of market. We're gonna go back into like. We're gonna go back into the fucking nightmare market at some point and fucking. It's literally too fucking easy. It really is too fucking easy. Man, look at that shit. Bam, all the way down. Love buying the HT. That's coast to coast, right? I mean, that's fucking coast to coast, right? Whammo. Fucking beautiful trade. Now, look, just in here. Don't be dicking around, okay? And we know the buyers are here. We know they're sitting right here. See this pin right here? And this wick right here? There might be a little bit more. You can trade this for a minute if you want. You know, there is something to trade here. And there's a little bit up there, I guess, too, but I think end of day, I'm looking for end of day buying. I do like buying the HT. But we're coming into like, you know, that end of the part.
Mayor Bass says that they'll try to call Trump on Tuesday. And will tell Trump to stop the raids.
Hold on 1 second here. We got to take a look at a few things. It's 2 o'clock right now. God damn, that's fucking beautiful. That's a fucking goddamn beautiful thing. I'm not taking along here. Mostly because of the time of the day. Now, there's a few things I got to look at here. God, I love the fucking summer trade. It's like fucking butter.
California asks judge to
Like
immediately hold
straight
Trump's
fucking
Tuesday.
butter trading. No noise. Hold on here. God damn, too fucking easy. Literally too fucking easy. You can trade this. Hold on here. I think it's a little premature. Personally, you can trade the inside of this if you want. You can do like a 10-second chart with like, you know. 1 second here. Give me one second here. I gotta prep here. No. What do you? No. Fuck is going on here? Hold on here. I got some wonky shit going on here. Oh. Think tighter, boys and girls. Tight.
So just remind them with the rest of the schedule for the session at 2:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump observes military demonstration. At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, you have the US-China talks that resume, and then Trump speaks at 4 p.m. Eastern Time at Fort Bragg.
They've got Trump talking at 4 p.m. at Fort Bragg. We got GameStop earnings after the bell. We've got GitLab, Dave and Buster's, Stitch Fix. Tomorrow we've got Chewy. Oracle as after the close on Wednesday. Then we get Lovesac and Adobe, the big one on Thursday close. So we should take a look at Adobe at some point. Now, Adobe is Thursday after the close. That could offer some up ramp into the close of business on Friday. Now, we're going to take a peek, I think, for a minute at GME. Let's take a look at it together. Looking at GME now. By the way, do not buy HT. We likely fade a little lower. To where? 598.40 would be nice. 598.70. Okay. Now, why do I not want to buy right now S&P 500? You might be asking yourself why do I not want to buy it? Mostly the time of the day. It's 2 p.m. in the afternoon. We get a lot of stuff here around 2 o'clock, right? We're going to get end of day price action. We're going to get people trying to fade the close, of course, into this bell. We have some reports after the bell. We also have some reports tomorrow morning. We've got some inflation prints in the morning. So, people are going to remain bid on doom into the bell and into tomorrow morning. Now, there is a possibility of us squeezing up again like yesterday to trade that upper target up here. Now, I'll be honest with you. I really don't want us trading 6050 until Friday. But let me just show you this really quick. There is an idea here that... So if this is tomorrow, right, down here, but they could also, squeeze out these fucking put buyers, right? Or even up here. Whoop. Take all their stops before we head into tomorrow doom. So just be patient here. You could, if you want to get along with a spread or something, call spread if you want to do something like that. But I'd like to see a little bit more destruction if I could in here. I get it. And you guys can also trade this if you want. We're going to look at GME really quick. But if you wanted to, trade this, you could trade it from here to here, of course. And then you could trade it from here, here. Here, if you get up here and we turn this around. If you really wanted to get serious on a long, though, I always recommend for price to turn back up and over and the cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger to happen. That hasn't happened yet. So you can also wait for that to take place. That would be where price goes. Here's your 5 minute trigger. 1 minute trigger turns higher. Price shows it. But look at the verticalness of this 1 minute trigger. It's kind of vertical right now. You see it? It hasn't really flattened, has it? You see how the 1 minute's still kind of vertical to the downside? All right, just give it a minute. You'd like to see that 1 minute turning up. So be patient. Sometimes too, I never like same trades over and over and over again. Some, they'll like to fake you out, trap you in. If I was a dealer, I'd be like, these motherfuckers are gonna think we're gonna do this and this and this, and we're up and away, and then they blast you down one more time over here, and then there's the real move. Normally, too, we didn't see that two-legged down correction earlier today, so let's be patient, okay? We also have some stuff down here to clean up. We talked about leaving this behind earlier today, so we can come back later on and hit it. So maybe we can hit that today too. As a matter of fact, we'll try to take a peek at it like this. Right in there. See if we can catch a blast even after the bell, maybe. Get long, like right here. Possible. Not guaranteed, but we'll leave that up for you. We're going to quickly do a few things. It's been a fucking regular printer here, right? Bam, 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 bam. Thank you, ma'am. Bam here, bam here. I can't see why that wouldn't work here. I'm not saying it's not going to work. This is SPX, by the way. This might be bottom here. So got a little bit closer here. I would really like to see I'd really like to see something like that, and then wham. That's what I would like to see. Some kind of dippage right here, like that right there. Just right in there. You know what I'm saying? All function of dealers, all function of not want to pay 605, 50 until they're dirt cheap. Now, I could be wrong here. So this is my thesis here, is that we'll trade this right here. 1, 2, 3, right? Whammo. Now, I could be wrong here. If we recover the 1 and 5 minute trigger, come back in, this turns around. You can change your thesis, right? Bam, bam. And then the fade down here for the fourth one over here. Possibility too. And then we break above it. But just, let this do its thing. There's plenty of space in here to make some money, right? You don't need all of it. Leave this to the degenerates. Just like tops, you leave the bottoms to degenerates. Degenerates, you live within this, right? You live within that. And you leave the rest of that shit to the degens. Now, we're going to look at GME for end of day. I had some requests. You guys know I like GME. You guys know that I'm an old school GME trader. If you don't know that, I was trading GME when it first started. Way, way, way back. First off, I'll tell you to follow James Rowland and Gavin May, I believe his name is. Those guys are awesome. Good friends with those guys. I've always trusted their insight into GME. I would also say to you that they probably know more about GME than I do to a huge extent. So if you ever want to look for somebody that likes GME or trades it exclusively, like I trade SPY, I would go with their expectation over mine any day of the week. Credit where credit is due. So we're going to look at GME as a whole here. A few things here. Let's take a peek. See what we can see. We see anything here? Hold on. If you don't know those guys, look up Jay Rowland, James Rowland. You'll find him on FinTwit. Got a great community. Okay. Just let's look at a daily basis here. I'm going to give you guys probably the best, what I think is the best GME preview that you can get, okay? I'm being honest with you guys. I mean, I trust those guys. I think that I trust their opinion over mine, but I think this is going to be the best thing you can get out there. Now, top line quarterly being accumulated, that's good to see. This is positive on a monthly, of course. That looks great. Your weekly looks like shit. That doesn't look good. I don't like that at all. Your daily is negative at the moment, though it remains positive intraday. That's a little plus for you into the close today on GME. On a 30-minute basis, you are looking rock and roll. On a 15-minute basis, half hour looks pretty good. Hourly looks like shit. So this is kind of like pop, down, and then up maybe. Daily looks good. Let's think about that really quick. Pop up. And did I say pop? No, yeah, pop down and up. So up, down, and then big up. So in a base case, this is what I got for today. I got pop, down, and then up here. Okay, on a base case. That's what I've got. Something like that. Pop on the half hour, 15-minute basis, down on the hourly basis, up on the daily basis up here. Now let's look at a few other things. We'll move this to the side for now. Okay, we'll come back to this in just a minute. We're going to go and look deeper. We're going to go to a 1 month. Let's see what we can see here. And this looks good. So if you wanted a place to buy the dip on GME right now, currently, I would say to you, buy $17.60. Okay? This is when things become cheap for GME. So if you get some bad news dropped on you today, like we did, I don't know, we took out more loans or something, or I don't know, we sold a bunch more shares. Look to be buying $17.60. Set an alert on that number. Just set an alert on it. I don't like prints next week, next month, next quarter. I don't care. Okay. Next thing you want to look at is on a weekly basis. On a weekly basis, cheap, which is this week, is $24.71. Okay. Mark that on your charts at home, 24.71, 17.60. Let's go back and check this for a minute. Okay, and on a weekly basis or a monthly basis, target. Make that red. Upside target on a monthly basis, 37.46. On a weekly basis, same thing, right? 37.46, right? Looking good. Daily basis. Let's see what we can find up here. Monthly. We got some resistance up here, but on a daily basis. And that looks right to me too, right? There's that little point I've got up there. Up, down, up, 32.47. That looks about right to me too. Currently, price is parked on a daily basis, priced to perfection. I want to show you this right here. This is priced to perfection. Currently, at 2 p.m., that doesn't shock me. There's a daily basis there. We're going to make that yellow. And we're going to look at some other things down here. If you want cheap on a daily basis, it is 28.22. Make that green. We're starting to get a little bit more idea, right? Down here. And then up there. Makes sense? On a 4-hour basis, let's take a look. You got a gap down here to close. Ooh, 4-hour basis. That's good to see. Make that red. 4-hour basis. Now turn that daily into a yellow. You have some sell pressure up here. 4-hour basis right there. 1-hour basis. You got some sell pressure in here too. Hourly, I'm bearish. Bearish into the close here for sure. Or maybe not the close, but sorry, hold on. Nope, no, no, no. Be buying dips on the hour at 29.73. Okay, starting to get a picture here. This is Wednesday. $6 a.m. Now let's look at a higher frame here. Let's scale out a little bit. See what we got going on. There's a couple ways to count this. You got this. This would be 1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would mean that you're going to go higher, 38, 40 bucks. If you counted it this way, it would be if you counted it, if you were to do a count like this, you'd say what? Nope, that's your low right there. So no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's your low right there. So that's your 1. I get what they're saying now. Maybe this is why they're bullish, saying that's the low. So that's your 1. That's your 2. I still think you get the dip. And then a big breakout right here. Monster breakout's like 50 bucks. Okay, I see the back test over here. All right. Now I see why he's getting bullish. Okay, I'm coming together here. Okay, ready? What I think here, I think the thesis here from the bulls, if I had a bull thesis here, this is your 1. This is your 2. Your 3 is going to be huge. and you see this markup here, that's where it gets expensive. So I think it would go something like 1, 1, 2. Your breakout here is somewhere up here. 3, 4, and 5. And that probably sells $50. 48.50. Right there.
These July futures settle at around $2.14 a gallon.
Makes sense?
July futures settle at around $2.08 a gallon.
Something like that right there.
Now, WTI crude July futures settle at $64.98 a barrel, down 31 cents, 0.47%.
So we'll do this with 4 so you can see it.
Natural gas July futures settle at around $3.53.
Now, this is on a larger frame up here. Right? It all looks right. I'm understanding. I get it. Now, saying all of that, let's look closer. Do you see how I still have this down here? See that right there? We have not violated any of this over here. We know there's buyers right here, and they'll probably rebuy down here. So, on a smaller frame, what I think is this. I think I posted this on. I think I posted this already. You got different waves in here too. So you've got this down here, right? 1, 2, 3, I guess. Yeah, no. 1, 2, right? So 1, 2, maybe. I don't know. No, that's not right either. 1, 2, 3, I guess, maybe. That would be your low. I think I could have this wrong. Let me just check this out here. Now you can go all the way down here. That's all fine. You haven't violated any of this. You haven't violated any of that down there.
So just a reminder.
There's your
45 p.m. Eastern Time. Trump observes military demonstration. The video is
right
linked
there
on the Financial News calendar. We'll post it out on the feed as well for you.
This is what I'm going to say to you. Final thing. If it was me, I would be looking for some kind of a trade higher off the bell. 30, 35, but I'm going to bet that it blasts all the way down here. And it trades 28, 22. You may not care about that. You might say, hey, Cap, what do I care? I'm just getting long. Fuck it. If it goes up now, I understand that too. I can respect that. If you're like, hey, I don't give a fuck about going down to $22. I'm gonna call spread or I own shares, then no problemo.
Post that video out.
Overall, it resolves to the upside. I see a lot of upside potential here. I guess you could see a blast down pre-market or post-market and then get some kind of a trade up here early. If you don't, and it does go down, even so, it's still going to go up here and hit this later. So, price target for me at least, if I'm going to be conservative, 28.22. Look too long for a price of 33.82. If you want some call spreads farther out in time to do that, that sounds fine to me. I do see the trade higher if people are bullish. I am not bullish into the close on this stock. Another note here too would be if you see any of this wicking action, body it tells the story and the wick tells the damage, right? If there is any damage below 28.22, mark another alert for yourself at 24.71. Okay, 24.71. You also have a gap here to close at $26. Though I think that you're probably okay at 28.22. Does that make any sense? If there's a bear story here, I don't see it right now. I don't see a bear story here. I just don't. I would need to see if there was a bear story, I would need to see below 1760. Okay? And that would not a wick either. I need to see get down underneath this. You see that, right? That's bad news. really bad news. Don't want to see anything below 1760. I'm not bearish on this stock. I'm bearish in the short term, bullish in the medium term, and very bullish in the long term on GME. Does that work for you guys? GME. This is the GME forecast. This is GME. Okay, I'm going to scale out, snip that if you want. Then I'm going to scale in for you to snip it again here. Valid above the monthly trigger. If you want to snip that, you want to take a snapshot of that, you can be more than welcome at it. Snip that for yourself. I'll wait. What is that green what is that green line over there? I don't see that on my side of shit. Oh, yeah, I do. That's something for me. Okay, so you guys see that? And then I'm going to show you close up, okay? You want close up? Take a picture of that right there. And then I'll show you even closer. There you go. I think we go down to the hourly, up, and then down after the bell, and up and rolling, okay? SPY trying to come back right now into the close. I hope that helped you guys out there. If you're a GM, I posted it on FinTwit that I was going to do a GME review. I would be thinking more about the options market than BTC. I think options matter more. Looks like they're buying this again right now, buying this dip into the close. We also have a turnaround happening here. Rip. I'll draw this out for you. This doesn't mean that I believe it's going there, but I'm going to draw this out for you. So you can see it. I'm not long here, by the way. I'm waiting for closer to end of day. No reason to give money back to the market right now, in my view. And this is going to be tough to get through right here. I'm going to tell you guys, I see like there's 1600 right there. I think there's like a shank in here. I think there's like one more shank in here. Hold on here. I just want to see where the. I just want to see.
Japan's Foreign Minister Iwaya.
Somewhere down in here.
Aircraft carriers Liaoning and Shandong simultaneously spotted for the first time in the Pacific.
This would be the targets for Trump's speech, where he announces. If it was me, if I was I'm always looking at this from like a dealer's perspective. So if it was me, I would be showing you the way higher. And then I would smoke you down here to go up there. So we'll watch it closely. I don't think that you actually see 605 until Friday, personally. Maybe Thursday close, Friday. Tomorrow's only Wednesday. We also have volatility in the morning. We could do something where we do something like this down here, hit PT2, sell the overnight, and then we're cranking up into Friday. There's like some back and forth here, so. But we'll leave it up there for you if you want to trade it. I understand wanting to trade it. When we come into 3 p.m., I'll give you an outlook for tomorrow if anything has changed. I also want to talk to you guys about once we get close to 610, 6100, we should have a pretty big, pretty decent sell. So we're not there yet, but I'm going to try to get you guys a another farther out in time outlook. Also, if you're looking for a top target, 604.76 on SPY. 604.76 on SPY.
$66.87 a barrel.
Between now and Friday close, 604.76. 604.76. We top tick the 602.72, 604.76. I love how you guys aren't fucking around with this either. There's a lot of traffic in here too. Do you see it? There's like a lot of like horse trading going on here. Wait for MOC imbalance to come out. I don't like this traffic in here just yet. You know what we can do is we'll leave 3:50 p.m. I always like leaving that one up right there. And they just like grind us out in here. And then whammo right there. I'd be trying to eat us alive in here if it was me. Like just fucking destroy options in here. But I could be wrong. You can put a call spread on and not worry about it and try to take it off at 4:15. You could try to take it off. Or you could be long futures and try to get out by the time after hours is over. It's a couple of things you could do. I don't like the idea of Trump like coming out and us blasting down the big red bar, you know, so that dealers can work through it. I'm not a fan of being long here. I don't know why. I like my spidey, like my trader senses are like overriding anything. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, I like J-Roll. I do. I like J-Rollin'. A lot of respect for the guy. Guy's awesome. Always liked him. We're friends. He's been on the show before a bunch.
Slovakia won't bank sanctions on Russia without energy deal.
Inside here. No. Spoo's making its way higher right now.
Senator Thune says no tax on tips to remain in Senate's draft of tax bill.
Yeah, I care more about the options market. I mean, I don't really think too deeply on GME with BTC. It's always the options market, or for price at least. You can't ask anything on YouTube. Problem child, did I go over shop? No, I did not. I can give you a quickie on it if you want. Bullish. Very bullish on Shopify. Target 130, 140 maybe, 138. I would like to see the sweep lower though for 10. I would like to pick up some 92 and 100 though. Let's check one more time here. I'm very bullish on Shopify. Bullish. Watch out. Make sure you don't get swept under for like $100 on. You get swept under at any point for like $100, $92 quickly, but I'm bullish on it. Generally speaking, it's a buy. Call spreads. Shop. You can't so hold on YouTube and on Twitch we turned off comments. Yeah, so I'm bullish. Call spreads. You could sweep $100, 102, or even 93, but still, it's going up. I turned off comments on, not turned them off. Comments are on YouTube and Twitch. We're at a point now where we get a lot of trolls, and I know for a fact that a troll's not going to pay me $1.50 or whatever to chat every month. So it's been a much better experience on YouTube and Twitch without trolls. People are constructive. They want to learn or ask a question to get answered or get data or information or have me chart something for them. It's also a way to show that you're supporting the show. What I do here costs a lot of money, time, effort, energy, costs a lot of money. So I think we're at a point where I have to start charging for chat. Now, if you don't want to pay for the chat, you can always join our community. I don't ever pump this stuff up. I take no sponsors. I think it's 28 or 30 bucks a month or something like that. And I think prices are going up soon. I was talking to our partners here, and it's going to be something where if you, I'll just drop this now. I'm going to do a video about this. If you are currently a member, or even right now, if you become a member, that price will be locked in as long as you stay a member. But for new members, we are going to raise prices at some point. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. So, but don't worry if you're a regular member or supporter of this community. You're not going to get swept up in that at all. So, just a warning to you. And the reason it too is what we do here is extremely inexpensive. It's basically just keeps the shit running. So we don't charge $200, $400, $600,000. I've had so many people come to me and they're like, I get 4 stock picks a week for $300 a month. It's crazy shit like that. We have so much to offer in this community. It's insane. So if you want to be a part of this and like chat and stuff, it's cheap. I think it's like a couple bucks for a month on Twitch or YouTube. It's been a way better experience. If you want to chat in the Discord, I converse with them as much as I possibly can. And we have mentors in there, moderators in there. We have people that trade anything you can think of. We've got tools inside the Discord, pro tools and shit. We got shit on the website, and briefs get written, and we get Elliott Wave updates. We track every fucking thing out there. So just for what we do, the people that are involved, the time and effort that it takes, we're there. So that's why you probably can't chat on YouTube. But if you are a member, you can chat in the Discord, and I'll answer however I can. Dude, look at that P-Core, bro. It's so beautiful. Look at P-Core. It's so sexy. God, it's so beautiful. It's a regular printer, Joe. It's good, man. You and I both know P-Core rocks. Look at that beautiful thing. It's like a regular printer, isn't it? What do I think about it? I think it's gonna explode to the upside. It's been accumulated. I love P-Core. yeah, dude, banging.
And talks are expected to resume.
Just note a few of those things.
Scheduled time is 3 p.m. Eastern.
We've been trying to put off raising prices because of the uncertainty with tariffs and stuff. We're all feeling it. But I don't want to raise prices. But even like past year, I've noticed we start to like not even able to afford shit. So prices go up everywhere with bullshit inflation, and we haven't done any price increases, none. So we're getting close to that time. So what we'll do is, if you've been here since day one or even right now, there'll be no price increases on you because you guys do support. And you're fucking it, man. You guys are what keeps this shit going. I'm telling you guys, I'm here because of you guys. I would not be here doing this show and doing this shit with you guys if it wasn't supported. I got to a point, like, I think a year ago, I got to a point where I like counted up how much it cost me. It was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, like literally. I was in there like almost $300,000 in the cost of doing this shit. I've done it for free for so long. There we go, squeezing up higher now. 60202. I'm not in this trade personally, but if you are, congratulations. There's money here.
Axios, Trump told Netanyahu he still wants to defuse Iran crisis with discussions, not bombs.
Look for a trade back from here, right in here, somewhere right in there. For like new members and shit, you know, like new people in the future, we're gonna charge more. We have to. We don't have a choice. Yeah, we're gonna do some kind of like grandfather thing, something like that. And if I ever have to raise prices to everybody, I'll let you know. The hope is that I never have to fucking do it, like maybe every 3 years or something. But you guys know money gets cheaper every goddamn year right now. I just hate fucking inflation. I fucking hate charging more. I fucking hate it. Like I'm just like you. I fucking hate inflation. You know, I was trying to like weather it through the past year and all this nonsense. There we go.
Lutnick says we will try to finish things.
Woo! Big squeeze up, 602.27. Hit the first target right here, second target right here, third target's right up here, just so you can see it. PT1, we still actually didn't hit PT1.
Lutnick says talks are going really well.
602.72, we want to hit that one. Bang, hit it. 602.89, Lutnick saying everything is awesome sauce.
Lutnick says we'll try to finish things.
That's a new high in the day, too.
And I hope
That puts us up to PT2 up here at 603.40. Take the money and run here. Take the money and jump back in again for the next hit. Next PT2 target, 603.30. PT3, 603.90. 603.88.
Learning as that China talks could go into tomorrow if need be.
Nice. China talks into tomorrow. If we need to pump it some more tomorrow, we will. Gotta Talk's going well. Gotta Talk's will continue into tomorrow if we can't trade SPX 6050 today. Congratulations if you took that trade. I didn't take it. No, I'm like, I've made my money today. I'm good. I'm like, I've got my money. We did get a new high on that trade too. That implies we're going to go higher into the close today. We also have Trump coming out to chat. Hey, don't thank me either. You guys saw our guy here, 45 forever, right? Hold on here. This isn't like the Furu show where we rely upon each other around here. There's PT2, PT3. Yeah, I fucking don't like charging more. I like charging anything. I would just prefer not to charge shit, to be honest. I got some shit the other day. I met with some people recently, and this guy that I met with was like, "Oh, I was just talking to a bunch of people over at this thing." And they're like, "That guy's still doing that shit and hasn't like gotten sponsors or anything yet?" And he's like, "Oh no, he doesn't want them." They're like, "Is he out of his fucking mind?" So, it's what it is. Yes, there is. Well, hold on. Hold on. So someone just asked, do you guys have alerts? Like, are we willing to send you a text and say buy and sell now? No. But what you can do is what I do is I go in the Discord and I'll search by name. Do you know what I mean? So like I'll be like, I'm interested in Theta right now. Let's go see what LVR is doing, 45 is doing. If I'm looking for, are we going to trade sideways? I'll look for John L. If I'm looking to buy a stock, I'll search Winky. If I'm looking to trade SPY, search me. If I'm looking to trade futures, I'll search David AMS. If I'm looking to trade any kind of currencies or anything, I'm looking for Binky. So you got to spend time in the Discord. Yeah. No, I'm saying it right now. I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't do call-outs because of the I can get in trouble for doing it. So get in trouble with the SEC and shit. That shit freaks me out to some extent. Yeah, I guess we could do that, couldn't we? We could possibly like repost in a channel and make a channel, like one channel for alerts. We could do something like that. Going higher now, it's starting to squeeze. Trading 6036.55. A note to you. If you are, I got to post this on, should I post this on Twitter? Just a note, if you're watching this show right now, we put on a bull trade for summer about 2 weeks ago. We had a date of June 20th as time or price. We are now trading up to 603.27. hitting PT2 right now. We're also going to come up into PT3, which is 603.86. You should be coming into about 90 to 95% profit right now. You will have that trade called away from you if you have limited upside exposure. This is a time to start to close out your spreads as we head higher, and you can put a second trade on again. You got time before price right now. So this is your your trade. Your hey, Cap, put me in a trade so that we start beating the S&P 500, right? You just beat the whole market. I took this trade with you. I walked you through it over the course of 2 or 3 weeks. You've beat the S&P 500 today for the year. Trading right now, 603.48. You may get 1 or 2 more opportunities if you have unlimited upside exposure. You know that you still have more window left to go higher if you've got farther dates on your trade or whatever. I'm not going to hold your hand from this point forward, though. I want you to know that I've walked you through this trade from the bottom to the top. And you've got momentum on your side, so your shit should be printing quite nice right now. I'm looking down at mine. At a high right now, trading 603.48. Congratulations to you. You will get 1 more trade from me this year at minimum. So you get 2 at minimum, upwards of 9 to 12 per year. This is one of them. Congratulations. This is how you make real money so that you can fucking gamble it away doing all the other degenerate shit that you do. You should be able to pay your membership for the year. You should be able to pay for your degeneracy. Yep. I just want to know that I'm holding your hand this year, here and there. You're going to get another opportunity for this trade sometime in September and October. At least 1 or 2 more. You'll probably get 1 or 2 other big trades from me, but, if you want like solid trades every year, I'm going to try to do those for you now. It's like, hey, this is the trade. We'll talk about it before we get there for 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, you ready to take the trade? Explain why you're going to take the trade. This is where we're going to start. This is where we're going to end. There should be no goddamn excuses out there. No goddamn excuses. This is how you graduate into being an adult. Stop working at Wendy's. Start doubling and tripling your account, quadrupling it, wash, rinse, repeat. It feels good, believe it or not. If you're in call butterflies, if you're in a call butterfly, if any of your wings are out at like 605, you could get into some trouble. You want to see where they are in profitability. The closer they are to like 90%, start getting out of them. You can roll those positions too. You can get inside the Discord to ask questions on how to manage that trade. Some of you guys took call butterflies. Some of you guys took put calendar spreads, I believe. Some of you guys took call spreads, debit call spreads. Some of you guys took straight calls dated out in time.
Going really well, and currently last up about 0.4%.
I hope that all of you fucks have a big green fat year. So you're working at Wendy's right now? Tesla trade 324. Woohoo! Tesla's gonna trade 340. I told them that the other day too. They didn't believe me. They fucking don't believe me. You know what's up. You know what's up, Joey.
S&P China Select ADR Index adds to gains after London's
huge pumps today. Pravorsky, McGilligot, whole market looking for the upside move here. Everybody's telling you to trade 6,100. 6050 is the target for now, and then a failure of 6,100. So the market's targets are now moving higher to 6,100. Lots of supply where we are right now. You guys see this supply right here? PT1. Watch this supply. I go over there and see it. Whole lot of supply in here. Just note we're close to 6050. We're trading 603929. God damn, 600 C's are at $3.08 fucking cents right now. Woo! Up 300% on the day. Just bid on 600. God damn.
iShares China Large Cap ETF gains ground after London comments, last up about 0.3%.
You did short? I think that verbiage is. I mean, listen, look at that verbiage. I'm bullish on GME. I just want to see the drop after the bell. But the if part, I prefer the buy lower. You did short? Yeah, it makes sense to short here. Or I think that I thought somebody out there said, you're allowed to short? Yeah. Fuck yeah, you are. Well, not short. I'd be selling 6100s personally here. I think it's a little dangerous to short, but so they can ramp this up after the bell here. Not pay contracts after and then dump it after. Remember too, like we're close here. Like let's look at this down here. So let's just take a quick look at this. You need a reason to get above this 60-50. So if you get like you got the best news earlier, we can ramp this up after the bell and then sell it down. But I want you to know that the target is becoming. Put wall target's now moving higher. So this is now local resistance. Even if we reject here. Even if we reject here, what's happening is you're wearing out these sellers, right? So you come up here and hammer it, right? And you come up here and hammer it, and you come up here and you hammer above, then you roll back down, then you hammer up, and it's like all of a sudden you're up here and you rock and roll to go to 6100. So call this local resistance at this point. And your new target is now 6100. I don't think you hit this. I think you're gonna like have to hammer. Get up there and you're gonna get a big sell on 6100. That's why I'm saying sell 6100. Fuck yeah, bro. Air supply. So I don't know if I'd be short. I think I would be selling 6100s. It's a good place to do it. It's a reasonable place to do it. And if you see anything dumping right now, it's because they're short. There's panic right now. There's panic in the market right now. Trust me, there's panic. There is panic. There are definitely people right here, right now. There are people that'll get hurt. So we go up. It's like, oh shit, start dumping. So there's some midday futures updates coming into the pro channel right now for ES. Can you post NQ? At Riding the NAR. Can you post NQ? So inside the pro channel, pro chat. Yeah, ES is saying up from here. And then sell it down. ES is like, dude, I'm telling you what. I do. C. Look at the markets just like parked, fucking looks like fucking resting fucking bitch face over here. Oh man. Oh man. Let's look at it down here. We're close. We're so close. Let's watch it over here. Can we just get like a little bit more? I don't want to sell just yet. Something like that after the bell. And then sell it down. Do it in after hours, then down. Yeah, there I see that. I see that riding the gnar. They're gonna put a fucking hurt on him. I'm with you on that, riding the gnar. And if they don't do it this time, they're gonna do it the next time. There's an old trader saying, right? If you can't get it done in cash, they're gonna do it to your ass, and fucking this is up and down. Can't get it done in cash, you do it in the overnight. SPX sitting on support right now. If it begins to roll, I'll let you know. We're close to rolling, but not quite. We'll watch for the roll here. If you want to get short, not quite yet. Watch out for a big red candle. They're going to try to throw it down. Lutnick saying talks are going really well. Hope they end this evening. I might take a short here or puts. We're close. Not quite there yet. Watch this roll here. They're going to try for it here. Watch closely. They're selling this down right now. Not quite there yet. Let me take a look at the chain. 604. 604s are 8 cents. Dude, it's so goddamn cheap, even if they burn. You can run it right up to like 415. I do like the threes better. They're 32 cents, though. That would mean they would torch the 604 into the close, pay the 603. The 602 is probably best. 600's losing value right now, too, heavily. They're going to try to send it here. They're going to try to send it down, not up. If you want to know what I'm watching, it's all this right here. This whole cluster. Does this stay up or no? SPX still holding up. SPY not holding up. SPX holding up, though. SPX still holding up in cash. Don't pay any attention to this just yet. We're watching this right here. This is what you want to be watching right here. That's not a good look. SPX losing support right now.
Microsoft is working on a deal to add 1 million Copilot users from a single customer, according to an exec saying in an internal meeting. So, in a recent meeting, Chief Commercial Officer Althoff told employees that a customer with more than 1 million Microsoft 365 licenses will be adding Copilot, according to people who attended. These people asked not to be identified due to the discussions being private. But again, Microsoft may be about to clinch a major customer for its main Copilot AI offering.
Still no short. Not yet. Oh. Let me just look at the chain for tomorrow. What are puts looking like for tomorrow? God, they're so fucking expensive. Let me look down here. $5.98 are 89 cents. That's expensive.
CNBC, Starbucks to roll out Microsoft Azure OpenAI Assistant.
Kind of want to grab puts right now. $5.98 are 94 cents. This feels like a fucking bear trap so bad. Dude, they're not even paying these. I'm looking at these 98s and there's no fucking movement in them. There's no goddamn movement. $6.05s for calls tomorrow. $1.14. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the chain right now. This looks like they're just burning calls. There's no fucking bid on puts here for tomorrow. I'm thinking about this 350 thing right here. The close right there. So the just so you guys, if you guys want to know, I'm looking at right now 605C for tomorrow. They remain bid, even with all this bullshit. I would prefer 604. Those are $1.48. I don't think they print actual 605s, but like 604 for tomorrow. If you could do 605 today for the close, you have to sell them on the open. You couldn't hold them. 605 though, $1.47. They're a little too pricey right now for tomorrow. $1.46, and they remain bid too. 604s remain bid. Now they're $1.42. God, should I just buy them right fucking now? I wish it was $3.50. I like round numbers too. 600s are $3.71. Is there any chances the top right now? It's a good question. Well, here's the problem. There's a good chance this is top for now. Okay, so let's talk about this really quick. So there's a good chance that's fucking bottom. I'll tell you that. Right fucking there. So problem here is this. Puts are too expensive to buy. So you can't buy puts for tomorrow, in my view, for the risk. Your best bet is to wait to buy calls because they're dirt cheap. So then the question becomes, when do you buy the calls? See, calls are dirt cheap right now. They have like you can trade these like 4 or 5 times and still murder it. So the question becomes, where do you buy those calls? You can't buy calls. You can't buy puts there. You can sell calls if you wanted to. That would be worth doing. But there's no point in buying puts here. There really isn't, to be honest with you. Now, there's another problem here, which is the upside overnight risk on an announcement. If Lutnick or any of these guys come out and say anything like, we got a China deal. So you can't be short here either. Like, it's hard to be short here. If you get an announcement in the next 5 minutes, if you get Trump come out at 4 p.m., they announce a China deal, I'm going to make a warning to you out there, okay? It may not happen today. But if you were to get a China deal today after the bell and you're short, you're going to be in trouble. And you don't want to be in that kind of trouble. Now, if you're in like prop firm or something, it's not a big deal. But if you're using real money, I can't say that that's rational to do. They will look through any data we have if you get a deal with China. This market will go vertical. So you got to be concerned about that. So the only thing that I can see right now would be possibly selling 6,100, which makes sense. Even if we squeeze, I don't know that we'd go through. I don't know that we'd close above 6,100, like for a Friday 6,100. I think we'd slam up there and roll back down before the close. if you got a China deal. I think the best trade right now is probably waiting for a call. Where that is the question. So I'm like watching this decline right now going, if we get a deal after the bell and it's cheap enough, you could make a bunch of money. Now they're blooding it right now. But we still have we're on a 1 minute chart here, so relax for a minute. Now, if you get a deal after the bell, they can rocket to the upside and dump it by open, and not pay like 6,100, that kind of stuff, and you get the valve comes off. Dealers are cool, but there is probably, if I have to think all of this through, probably the best bet is to get the cheapest calls you could at the close, or like 350. See this thing right here? So this is see that line right there? That would be where the hedge comes off into the close, for that possibility. So we'll just be cool here, just chill, and see if we can grab something cheap. So I'm looking at, for tomorrow, I'm looking at two things. I'm looking at 610s, believe it or not. Those are 17 cents. Now, you're just going to ride the call volatility on that trade, right? You're not going to ride them into 610 or think they're going to 610. But the option interest and the FOMO, if that were to happen, they're dirt cheap. They're worthless. They're 17 cents. Do I think we go there? No, 5% chance. But if we did, it would probably fucking pay you some stupid ass money, like 3,000% trade, 1,000% trade, or something like that. They're dirt cheap. They're now 18 cents. They're going bid right now. Now, still think that's an irresponsible trade. It's a degenerate trade. I am watching the 604s, which is a little bit more reasonable, but they're expensive right now. They're $1.41. So I'm either looking for some kind of complacent bloodbath here for 2 minutes or something, or maybe even just running this up into after hours. It's a weird spot. So no puts, too expensive. Can't hold puts overnight here. Can't be short overnight here. I'm telling you right now, even if you're right, the danger is really bad. If you're a prop firm, I'd say yes. If you just blew a prop firm, who fuck cares? But for where we are in this potential, if Trump comes out at 4 p.m. and announces a China deal, that fucking thing is gonna. Well, let me tell you that too. If they get a China deal after the close today, you could see a quick red bar down and take your stops, and then a monster green bar up. So have no downside side stops if you're taking a degen call trade. No downside stops. They'll try to rip. They'll hunt every fucking stop and then rip it, and then they'll not dump it, but sell into you on open tomorrow. Now, do I think we're gonna get a deal tonight? I wouldn't. If I was Besant, I would wait for. If I was Besant, I would wait for the inflation data and announce the deal right after it. Especially if it's negative. If you get some negative inflation data, if we're bottoming, I would be like, boom, we got a China deal, market will straight up. But it could get announced. If it leaks and starts leaking out, it could get announced, could get front run. So that's the other side of the idea or thought process here. Now, we have a target here today of 602.72. We failed it here, and we hit it here. What I had after that was go down and then swoop up into Friday for 605. But we haven't failed 605 yet either. So go up and fail 605, come back down and actually break above 605 on Friday. Seems right. Sound like in terms of inflection point to inflection point. So I don't know what to do here. I have a feeling it takes some degens into the close to 415 and just run them. So let's look at today. We're now coming into 350. And they're burning calls on today's sheet. So 603 is 10 cents. 602 is 43 cents. I would say 603. When's 415? You're gonna get Trump's late, then we're fucked too. There's 4:15 right there. And it sucks that Trump is always goddamn fucking late. This fucker could be on time for one goddamn time. Start his fucking presser right at fucking 4. We got a China deal. No, there's nobody buying puts here. Don't fucking listen to anyone telling you that real money's buying puts here. Nobody's buying puts here. Stop. People are selling puts. Look at it from the other side. People are selling puts here. They're getting kick-ass premium for it. I'm going long here, I think. I think I'm going long here. Nobody's buying puts. They're too expensive. There's no point. 603 Cs for today.
One minute to go now until we get the market on close imbalance data.
Yeah.
Ten seconds. Market and close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 674 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 140 million, Dow 30 buy side 276 million, and Mag 7 buy side 124 million.
I'll have Trump on here at 4 p.m. too. I think we all do have to listen to this announcement, whatever it may be. Let me set it up. Oh, yeah. It's gone now. That's no longer there. That's gone now. That's no longer there. The only one left is this one right here. Only one left is this one right here. You know you can't be short overnight, fuckface. I already fucking know you can't be short. Bob's locked himself in the basement. They're banging on the doors. You can't be short overnight. Be out of your fucking skull. There's no fucking way. Be out of your fucking mind. We already hit PT2. There's PT3. Already hit that one. Already nailed it right there. This fucking can't be short overnight. Be out of your. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, keep on going. Keep the fuck on going. Keep on going. Don't fucking lie to me. Do not fucking lie to me here. Oh God, yes. you know where it's going. You know where it's going. You get the fuck up there, you motherfucker. Get your ass up there, you fucking son of a beep, 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 beep. Get the fuck on up there. Get up there right now. What are you doing? Don't do that shit. That's right. Oh. They ain't gonna be fucking short overnight. These motherfuckers are in a hallway right now screaming, "Get Besson on the phone right now! I need to fucking know!" Spoo's working its way back right now, trying to defend, fighting for 6050. Can they get it in the overnight and fail 6050? Whole ton of fucking, look at this supply right here. Woo, woo, woo. Look at those big ass green balls right there, boys. Oh. 36 fucking cents. God damn it, I should have stayed in longer. I should have fucking stayed in longer. That hits 36 cents up here. Oh, look at that shit up there. Rage. I took 30. I took 30 on 10. Now they're worth 8 cents. Oh, that was nice. That was real nice. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Come on, that was a good trade. That was a fucking great trade. That was outstanding. Okay. I'm going to warn you here, okay? You don't have to be in a trade or anything. I'm going to warn you guys, okay? I was dicking around. I was shit posting on FinTwit. Don't be fucking short here. Please, God, even if you're right, don't be short here. Listen to me closely. So many fucking trades you can take that are easier setups. You do not need to be a hero. There's no hand grenades for you to jump on. Don't do it. If you get like a Trump comes out at all right now and says anything like, I don't know, fucking trade deal on again with Guyana, like we have a deal, anything like that, you're gonna, if you're trading real money, you're gonna be in some deep ass shit. You understand me? Please, I'm begging you. It's not the right time to be short. I don't care if we go down fucking 100 points overnight. Don't fucking do it. I'm begging you. Just live to live another day. Please don't do it. You don't have endless money. You don't have like a bunch of shares you can dump on the market to get out. You don't have that. You're not the market. You're not the maker, okay? Don't do it, please. I'm begging you. Please don't fucking do it. Now, we may not squeeze up today. We might not get a deal tonight. But while we're in these like last few days, moments, week here, don't do it. Just trade the failure, trade tomorrow's failure, whatever you want. Don't fucking do it. Even if you're right, it's hindsight trading. Don't do it. This is not the time. Just like when we go down, right? We're at the bottom of the market. Don't be like jumping on fucking knives and shit. Just don't fucking do it, okay? Please, I'm begging you. And like the put premium is through the fucking roof. You're like the fuel, man. You're like the fuel to go higher right now. Please don't do it. Begging you. Like puts are fucking buku expensive right now. Don't fucking do it. I was just watching the put call chain, and when we were going down, those puts were not increasing in any value. Like those things are just bid into the close. Don't do it. I'm begging you. Please don't. If you want like a better trade, just wait till price comes down to buy it cheaply. I just took a trade here for 30 cents off 10. You please don't do it. I'm begging you. If you're out there watching the show right now, please don't fucking do it. I'm begging you. If you're a bear, if you're buy curious, bear curious, whatever it is you are, I'm just begging you. Don't do it. Not yet. If you want to go like balls deep puts, even tomorrow morning, like I'm really like questioning right now. Like even if we get like down on inflation data, if they drop that they get a deal right after it, we bloodbath, the market's gonna go fucking vertical. Just don't do it. Please don't. Especially if they do it with like if you do it like puts or something or even shorts, they pull that bullshit in pre-market or some shit like that. You're gonna get fucked. I'm begging you. Please don't do it.
GameStop.
I know. I get it, Damon. I'm with you, bro. I understand the want to do it.
10th of June.
I get it. You want to like do that top tick, send it down to the depths of hell, no China deal, bad inflation data. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I understand. I understand. I get it. My real fear here is twofold. Here's my fear here. One of two things, right? Now, what we could do is they slam you up in the overnight and send you back down for inflation data. I like that. So they hit the 605, but they didn't do it in cash market. I like that. I also like hitting this after hours, then coming back down tomorrow morning. Like playing around with fire up here though, dangerous. Now I don't think we print that shit until Thursday, Friday. Honestly, I don't. Even if we fail it, you know, if we fail it, come back down here and then hit it on Thursday, then fade the weekend. I'm okay with that. But you got to consider that if we're going to be trading this 60, not quite 6,100, but if we're going to be trading this, and let's say we fail it, then we break above it, and then next week, right, we drop back down, get some liquidity, and go up there and fail that. This is on a 1 minute chart, but you're getting the gist, right? You really want to be a seller up here, if anything, you know, or at least come up here, and then maybe be a seller to get down here, but like short from here. They're gonna like bang, 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 bang it. Even futures right now, futures charts. I want you to know something, that futures charts right now is showing like a bang, 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 then drop, then up, and then a bigger drop. That's that range expansion we're talking about. So just like be careful in here. Please, I'm begging you. I really am. I'm really begging you right now. So watch that again, okay? If you're looking for that range expansion, right? Think of it like this. Bang, 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 right? Drop down, bang, and then drop down. So a little bit of range expansion. And you're going to eventually get that noise down there, but it's probably right here. It's probably like the big move. Somewhere in there. Make sense? It's something like that. Just be like really careful of this shit. They're on bid right here. Anytime we come down here, they're buying it up. Buy, 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 buy. Bid, bid, bid. You really need like this failure right here. Like I think this one might be the one where you get the big move. Sell 6,100 if you want. You know, let them bang, 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 right? Bang, bang, right? And then right here, they'll start loading 6,200, 6,150. And then the dealers, the moment they're done buying that shit, send it right back down. Then back up again to 90. I'm begging you. All right, I'll see